Hello, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I hope you're having a great day, morning, evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to 14. Welcome back to, finally, a little bit more of a chill and relaxed backlight stream that isn't, about savage raiding. Boy, savage raiding has taken a little bit of a toll on me. I don't know. I have been tired, and I don't even really know why. It's probably got nothing to do with savage raiding, but potentially with other stuff. I don't know. Thing is, I've actually made myself another cup of coffee today, and that'll help, definitely. So excuse me for sometimes indulging in a little bit of coffee here and there. Let me just check if everything's... yeah, it's fine. Alright, so what's the plan for today? I am planning on doing a little bit of a shorter stream. I still have a bunch of IRL stuff to do, which is why I didn't do a really long stream today, and I desperately wanted to continue with Divinity Original Sin tomorrow, but sadly I don't think that's going to happen. I still have too much to do currently. So, it's going to be more raiding tomorrow, and maybe a couple of resets. I don't really know when I'll be starting with streaming, but I'm planning on... well, I definitely know that I'll be streaming around the same time as today, starting. Maybe like an hour later, and then going into reclears and hopefully good P8 prog. That will potentially finally yield in me and the group that I was with clearing this thing. Yeah, so that's about the plan. Today, however, is, as I said, going to be a little bit more of a chill stream. I'm going to be talking a little bit about stuff that I want to talk about, maybe even review Savage a little bit. But before I do that, I just want to finish up with some general stuff that I still want to do. Namely, the two quests that got released with 6.2 that I still haven't done, which is, first of all, the quest in Ratsatan that continues some kind of story. I actually don't really know what. I just know that it got unlocked via doing the 6.2 MSQ, so I'm looking forward to that. The other quest, obviously, being Tataru's Grand Adventure. Where I also don't really... I know that it's only one quest, because that was in the patch notes as far as I recall. So I'm not really sure what they've been doing with those quests in particular as well. Yeah, just not sure about that. And then I finally want to finish the Emilian's quests as well. The custom deliveries with her, and getting her to the final level, which is 5, and doing the end quest that usually appears there. So that's the plan for today, along with, I guess, a couple of minor sort of weekly stuff here and there. Not entirely sure. Obviously, there is still a bunch of stuff that I want to do as well, which is probably what I'll be starting with here. So let's get into this and just do the normal stuff, right? I'm going to be checking out my retainers here in a bit. I'm going to be checking out my submersibles and airships and my island real quick. Oh, coffee. It's just the best. My island's going great, by the way. So I've been doing, island stuff whenever I could. Sort of a little bit in the morning here and there, a little bit before raid. And honestly, you don't have to put too much time into it. Obviously, there are a couple of instances where they do require you to just collect a bunch of stuff, right? But overall, because you get insane amounts of experience for the weekly agenda, right? As long as your mammoths are working in the workshop, you'll automatically reach level 10 after a while. Anyways, right? I mean, 6.2 hasn't been out for too long. I've definitely not played Island Sanctuary optimally at all, which in my opinion, it's kind of not the point, right? I know about all the spreadsheets and whatnot that have appeared here and there, but I just think that, you know, that's a little bit too much. I know that I'm not playing it optimally, but I don't want to. And eventually, the beautiful thing is that as of now, a lot of it can just sort of run in the background once you've set it up, right? You basically only really need to get in there like once every 2 weeks to reset your agenda, more or less, right? Or not reset, but even there, you can like do presets and stuff, right? Obviously, from time to time, you will have to gather new materials because most likely you'll not always have everything that you want to be doing in the with the agenda and the workshops. But yeah, that being said, you know, I am planning on once I've now, you know, because I'm like almost halfway to level 10, which is the maximum, right? And after that, obviously, there won't be any more sort of upgrades or new things that you need to build. So I can fully concentrate on stuff like the workshop and look at, you know, the crops that I potentially want to plant for it, right? The things that I want to. So eventually, I'd imagine, even though obviously like demand and stuff is going to shift, and you probably do want to change up your agenda slightly here and there will probably be sort of these standard days, right? Or rather, the good thing will be that in case you don't want to be spending too much time with it, I would be able to just set up, you know, my basic schedule and just gather a bunch of materials that are really easy to gather. And at least that way, I am going to be making, you know, the Seafarer's Cowries. And even without optimizing the workshop at all, and not even having everything, because now they're all at like level 3, because they started... Was that yesterday? I think so. I started upgrading them to 3, but I need to go in there and actually confirm the upgrades, which I'll be doing here in a minute. And I'd imagine with that, you'd get even more of it. They're probably more efficient or producing more materials. I don't exactly know what the upgrades are even doing, but yeah, something along those lines. So I'm thinking that I'm probably going to be getting even more Seafarer's Cowries, and even though I'm now spending, I don't know, like 200 of them or even 300, because I said the mammoths to just be, you know, to tend to crops and animals and whatnot, you're effectively still making like 1,500 calories per day without even optimizing anything, right? So, yeah. Overall, once you don't really need the calories for anything upgrade related, I'll just be able to reap those and eventually unlock, you know, mounts, glamour, what have you, that you can get in the Island Sanctuary. Also, by the way, for anybody who's wondering, why I'm letting my Fisher Retainer do the level 75 waterside exploration, you can get the Fat Cat minion from this, which I don't have. There are a bunch of other explorations where you can get it from. I don't actually know which one's the best, but you need to get lucky anyways. So I thought I was just going to be doing this one. Alright, let's see. The Black TriStar. Do I actually still have that on the market? I don't. So let's just put this up here. Wow, holy fuck, why is it worth so much? 429. Don't know if anybody's actually going to buy that for that amount of money, but I don't know. I think I can also reset this one, or rather not reset, but change. Well then again, 520, 71. Yeah, sure. Let's change this to something else. Anything that I still need? 206. I mean, I could grab pretty much anything from here. Chondrite. Pretty much have about 200 of each of these, so Hmm. That being said, I think, honestly, oh, oops, I did have, let me check here, these ones. Yeah, I think I need to collect these ones again, because I specifically put them in here so that I knew what I should be gathering again. There are probably a bunch of other materials that I also should look out for. Because the new stuff, I mean, to be quite honest, 200, like stacks of 200 aren't that much. But it's better than nothing. Oh, for fuck's sake, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to just double check. So mithrite ore, I have actually no idea. Also, let me just... Yeah, okay. I only got 25 of that. Mithrite, isn't that like level 60 something? That's Lumithrite. So the normal mithrite might be either here. Oh, there it is. Why can I only get 30 out of those? Huh. Anyways. Let's gather a bunch of those. And then... Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of these as well. Same thing here, actually. The problem is, I think that even though I need the Urea's skin, I'm pretty sure you can't actually gather that with your retainer. I think I did try that at some point for some reason. Where is that? That's just because I still need that for, wait, do I need it? I don't know if I actually need that for anything. Because I have two different waters in my inventory. Can definitely put these... Oh, no, wait a second. These also belong here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, the Urea skin... There's Raptor skin here. Pretty sure you can't actually gather that. Let me double check though. Let's see, Garland tools. Ureus. Wait, how do you write that? Oh. Oh. A-E. Alright. Ureus skin. Sources and uses. Yeah, that's the weird one that you can only actually get from the Wondrous Palace, funnily enough. Was there stuff that I actually... Well, in theory, I don't even really need it. It's only really used in two different, like, components for submersibles and airships, but I think I already have those. I'm pretty sure. So in theory, it doesn't really make sense for me to gather it. But, I mean, I can't anyways, so... You know what? Let's just double check. Yeah, because I think a couple of these things... Let's grab a couple of these. There's definitely stuff that I either don't really have much of, or have, What did I want to go say? Or don't have it all. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, honestly, let's just sell these three, because there aren't actually that many things that you can do with the leather. I mean, this is literally just Ifrit weapons. Nobody buys those, or they're like probably incredibly cheap on the market board if I really wanted to have them. These aren't really, important at all. Same as this one. What is this even? Item level 46 headpiece. Oh, it's like a pirate's head. Hat. Not head. Honestly, I could maybe even craft this and just sell this one. Oh yeah, this looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Yeah, I think a couple of people are actually wearing this one. Do I have this? I'm pretty sure I don't. And it requires one of them. Honestly, let's put it so I have one. Where is it? I think it was number 3. Yeah, this part. Let's just put it here and craft something with it eventually. Alright, next thing on the list. Okay, airships and submersibles aren't actually back, so... I guess... Right. Gonna be going to the island real quick, though. Also just double checking, but I think for tomorrow I might want to craft a couple more potions. The food should actually be enough. I mean, I do think that 63 potions would be enough for tomorrow as well. But just to be sure, right? Just to be sure. Alright, let's change to Botanist, because that's the set I usually like to go with when I'm visiting my island, and check over there. I mainly just want to grab stuff from the pasture and whatnot, and then also check out the completed workshops and whatnot, I think. As soon as I'm island level 10, I'm also going to redo the minions, I think. And just, distribute them a little bit more evenly across the places, because they're still... I mentioned that at some point, I think. They're still only, in the first third of the pasture, for example, instead of in the whole thing. Alright, let's see. So this one I already did, right? So let's grab this. 980 only. Oh, well. The agenda is set currently, though. This is all for next week, so next week's completely set as well. I'm not missing any materials, which is good. Okay, so the granaries currently are only level 2, right? And I've now upgraded them to level 3. I do find it interesting that the resources they gather are actually less than I thought they would be. So I had kind of anticipated that the granaries would make it so that, at least for some sort of basic materials, you could basically sustain your whole workshop agenda just with what the granary is giving you, but I don't think that's actually possible. Which I don't necessarily mind, because honestly, actually getting you sort of out into your island and forcing you to gather some stuff once every 2 weeks isn't too bad, in my opinion. But yeah. Oh, right. Can I actually, because I did unlock the fourth landmark plot. I can. Nice. I can build the lighthouse. There's only missing 3 silver ore, which I now got. Well, what's interesting as well is that these rare materials can actually only be gathered by the granary, which was something that I didn't really realize at first. I thought that it was that there was like a very slight chance that you could also gather them at very specific points on the island by yourself, but apparently that's not a thing. Which I do find interesting because obviously there are workshop items that can be crafted with those. Which, well, that's obvious because otherwise there wouldn't be any use for them. But yeah, that's interesting, right? Because in theory, you'd only really be able to... Well, you can only craft them from time to time, right? When you get the stuff from your granary. I think that's kind of an interesting way of doing it. Always trying to run to the wrong direction here. So one thing that I did see people say about the Island Sanctuary so far was, well, I was actually watching, I think it was Preach's video. He did like a little bit of a review of Island Sanctuary on his YouTube channel. And what he did mention was that he felt like there wasn't really that much to do after you reach level 10, right? It's sort of just basic operations, right? You go in here, which, you know, it is, right? He's absolutely right with that. You don't really do much afterwards, right? If you've completed all the construction, you only really just gather new materials and let your animals live, let your seeds grow, right? It's which I don't mind. I like actually that it's not this super in-depth system yet, because I think what they have here is pretty good. The only thing that I'm slightly worried about that people also brought up is customization. I don't mind that customization is limited. First of all, I wasn't really expecting anything else. But second of all, you kind of have to think about the setup here, right? So, the way they've done this, customization will be quite hard for them, I think. Obviously, they can introduce a couple more landmarks here and there, and a couple new ways of like how buildings look and whatnot. But I mean, look at this. Every time they introduce a new customization, even let's just say for the floor, right? So if they allow you to, so currently there are like, I think 3 or 4 different patterns for the floor, right? This is, I think, the last one that I now have, these sort of stones. And then with those also come different stairs and whatnot. But the thing is, every time they do like a new version of that, it probably needs to be more or less hand-placed on the island, right? Same with the buildings. I mean, they would essentially have to design a whole different building. And I do think that they're going to do that, right? Obviously, they're not just abandoning this. There are going to be more upgrades. There are probably going to be more buildings in the future, potentially even a little bit of a bigger sort of base, I guess, right? I mean, it might be that they introduce like a beach hut, for example, at some point. Maybe yet another field, or the field, like the first 2 fields will be upgradable at one point, right? There are all these options that they have that they can still introduce. And I think they are going to do that eventually. It's just that obviously it's a lot easier, for example, to introduce, let's say, 5 to 10 different housing items, like small things like a counter or a bed or curtains or new type of window, for example, right? Where people can do a lot more with in terms of how you can combine different things compared to here, where they'd essentially have to design a whole building, right? And for example, if we look at housing, yes, there have been different housing exteriors, and they've actually introduced way more of them sort of in the past 2, 3-ish years. I mean, I think there was a long time, uh, especially sort of during Stormblood, where I played, but I never really noticed them introducing really housing exteriors, new ones, beyond when they introduced Shirogane as a housing zone, for example. But then slowly they added more and more housing exteriors that also looked pretty cool, and they got more, adventurous with those as well. For example, the smithing workshop, it actually sort of completely changes the outside of your house to a point where it doesn't even really correspond with the inside anymore, but it looks really cool, right? And so I do appreciate that they've done that. But yeah, this is, I don't know what the plan here specifically in terms of customization, right? Because it's going to be like introducing a different version of the bathhouse, for example, or the lighthouse, or the workshop is going to be a completely different thing compared to just introducing a bunch of new housing items. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do here. I do hope that they're going to do more, and obviously, what would be cool is if we also would be getting like new materials, potentially even new ranks, right? If there's an update and they increase everything to rank 15 and there are even more upgrades. The cool thing is, imagine if you come into the game at like 8.0, right, in the future, and you unlock this and there's this insanely large sort of side content for you to do, right? I really, really hope they're going to be going in that direction. Um, but yeah, it's while the base setup is really good, and I'm personally completely satisfied with what we have here currently, especially because there are also a bunch of rewards. I mean, you have to think about currently, I've only exclusively been working on the island itself, right? I've not unlocked any of the rewards that you can get for the Seafarer's Cowries. Um, because I've saved them up, because you also need to pay cowries for the island expansions and whatnot. And I didn't want to be in a position where I suddenly didn't have any cowries for the island expansion because I unlocked a bunch of cosmetics already, right? So I am planning to, once I'm level 10, once I've actually done everything and unlocked everything on the island itself, then I'm going to be going into the customizations and whatnot and unlock everything. But the beautiful thing there is that, even with optimizing your workshops and whatnot, I feel like it's probably going to take 2 months at the minimum to unlock everything, right? In terms of rate of calories that you get versus everything that you can unlock. I don't know whether that's completely true. Maybe it might be slightly faster. It might also take a little bit longer. It also depends on, because there are a couple of, for example, you could buy dyes as well, right? So depending on if you also get those sort of more expendable items, it might take you longer to unlock the other stuff. But I do think that's pretty cool, right? Because it still gives you a goal, even though the island sanctuary itself might not be, there might not be any sort of further expansion. It still has a bunch of stuff for you to get, right? And I really, really like that. I mean, we'll see what they do with it. I know that they mentioned they were going to be doing sort of major updates to it every sort of second patch. So we're probably looking at some sort of major expansion in 6.4 or 6.45, depending, right? But I do really, really hope that they are going to be introducing minor stuff in 6.3 as well. You know, and if it's only like, let's say, either one landmark maybe, or one maybe cozy cabin appearance, maybe even just one material and 2 or 3 new workshop items that you could craft, right? Just minor stuff like that. Or maybe one new type of animal with one rare type associated with it, right? Like, just do small stuff like that. Small stuff that brings people back to the island, even if it's just for a week or even just 2 or 3 days, right? Just expand on it a little bit. I mean, I do think that they're going to be introducing a couple more rewards potentially, right? So there might be, let's say, a new orchestrion role, maybe a new chocobo barding, or one new set of clothing, something like that. So that will bring people back as well. But yeah, I just hope that they're going to be doing that. I do think they will, but I wish that if already, you know, just mentioned that a little bit more, maybe. That being said, I also think that we can maybe take the Ishgard restoration as a little bit of a blueprint, right, for what they are going to be introducing here. That being said, the Ishgard restoration, I think, was introduced in 5.1, right, and then subsequently got expansions. Or was it? It was 5.11, right? They always did it at the 0.1 patches, so 5.11, 5.31, I think, and then 5.51 or something. But yeah, with the fact that they introduced the Ishgard restoration at 5.1, obviously gave them, well, one more patch to actually put stuff in there, so, will be, you know, we need to take a look at what that will mean for this, but, oh, right, I only set this up yesterday, so no yield yet. Also, one thing that I still have to do is actually getting the rare animals. I don't know if I want to be looking at a spreadsheet for those, or if I just want to sort of go out and find them and just get lucky. Not really sure. I mean, obviously, once I unlock flying for the island, it's probably going to be a lot easier to just sort of fly over everything and just take a look at, you know, oh, is there anything going on, right? Okay, well, so that means currently everything's upgraded. The lighthouse is being built. I mean, really, when you look at the map like this, there is still a bunch of sort of free space where they could put stuff, right? And honestly, they could also still expand sort of this section, which I think they actually sort of plan on doing eventually, because there's like kind of a little bit more free room to the side as well. One other thing that I also wish they would do in the future is potentially give you like small plots of land that you can build on sort of back here, right? Because currently, while the rest of the island looks really cool, it doesn't really serve any purpose beyond just gathering materials. So, honestly, at some point, hopefully they're going to be changing that slightly, where you can maybe also build at least sort of maybe small roads, right? Small paths, potentially lights, or, you know, just small cabins and whatnot. That would be really, really cool, I think. You know, really just make it... Because while it's supposed to be like an uninhabited island for the most part, it's still your island. And I feel like if you own a literal island, eventually you're going to be sort of quote-unquote taking over everything. Even though obviously you want to preserve nature as much as possible, I guess, you'd still want to, you know, put the odd thing here and there. I think that would be really cool, especially because in theory you'll be gathering these materials, right? So it would make sense to have maybe like a small shed, right, where you can put collected wood, or you know, next to the mountain, for example, a small sort of, well, not necessarily processing facility, but something where you can just collect a couple of mine carts, for example, right? Just sort of little bits and pieces here and there that just makes it a little bit more your island, right? But yeah, we'll see what they introduce here eventually. Hopefully it's going to be pretty awesome. That being said, let's all actually do what I wanted to do, which is... just double check one thing. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Which is, I want to do the newly introduced quest for... or the... not for, but the quest that got unlocked in Satan after the main story. Ooh, hello. Hello, beautiful. Why is she standing around in a bikini, but with, like, battle... what are those called? Gloves equipped? Nashu, what are you doing here, by the way? You just waiting for Hildy? Don't worry for the inspector. Nashu's on the case. And rest assured that as soon as I've assembled some reliable leads, you'll be the first to know. Ah, right. We're still looking for him. Alright, I need to go to... Megaduta. Let's just go there on foot. I always like to, from time to time, walk to places, right? Because it gets you reacquainted with the area, and just overall, you so rarely get a chance to actually walk to these places, right? Which is always this, I guess, difficult choice with MMOs or games in particular, that you don't really want to be bothering your players too much. So you want to be you want to set up everything in a way where you don't have to spend unnecessary time in the game. Time that's not fun, right? So if they would have placed something here, let's say, right? Some sort of market stall or whatnot that you would have to go to, let's say, once a week to unlock something. Yes, it would populate the area more, but it would also be insanely annoying to run to every time, right? So there is this very fine line that you need to walk between, you know, forcing players to go to where they usually don't go, to populate areas more and make them seem more lived in and more populated in general, while also not frustrating players with, you know, annoying or completely unnecessary walking and just in general unfun things, unfun activities, right? That being said, I do wish that they would introduce sometimes sort of more optional stuff, right? Stuff that you can do or can go to that... well, That being said, they more often than not already do that, right? When you think about, for example, the custom deliveries for millions, or just in general, a bunch of other stuff, more often than not, there are actually reasons to go to different places and cities. But yeah, I don't know. I do think that maybe they could be doing a little bit more in that regard, but it's really, really difficult to pull off as well. Anyways. Shadowed Pasts. Something has this Radiant Scout unearthed. That is interesting. That's one of the Voidsent, right? But they're actually placed in front of the Ratsatan eye. I don't remember what the symbol was called specifically, but that's a very, very interesting sort of not really comparison, but the fact that this Voidsent is an eye, but the Sevenarian or Ratsatanish symbol is sort of the same. You couldn't have appeared at a better time. You see, while out patrolling the city, I chanced to sight a Voidsent. So he also knows, well, I guess the Radiant Host would know, right, that we brought a Voidsent here. I immediately chased it down with the intent of eliminating it. Something about it struck me as odd. For one, it made no move to defend itself, but simply sat there, jiggling. Which is why, against my better judgment, I decided to capture it instead. Odd choice of words, but I get what he means. Having traveled to the Void, I dare say you have considerable knowledge of its denizens. If you have a moment, might I trouble you for your opinion on the creature's unusual behavior? Did it come over here with Zero, from Zero's domain, maybe? I'm truly grateful. Now, if you would follow me, the creature is being held in the Hall of the Radiant Host. Alright. So, oh, that's interesting. I guess this quest is going to be about maybe learning about the past of one specific Voidsent or something? Oh, that actually looks incredible, right? With the sort of slightly misty sky. What a cool setup for the night. Honestly, when you'd have asked me after 6.0 where we would be going next, I don't think that I would have mentioned the 13th as a place of, you know, travel. Because that seems to be sort of the one thing that's so like closely connected to what we've been doing all this time, right? And they kind of mentioned repeatedly that we were going on new adventures, but that doesn't actually seem to be the case. Now, don't get me wrong, I very much enjoy that we're dealing with the 13th, because for the longest time that was, or still is, a story thread that just hasn't been resolved yet, right? And it was apparent that it had to be resolved at one point or another. That being said, though, with the whole setup with Uno Kahai and the follow-up quests to the role quests in Shadowbringers, I actually personally thought that they were going to be introducing the Voidsent, this sort of resolution to the 13th as potentially an optional quest line. I mean, it could have also very well, considering what they've put into optional quests in Shadowbringers, you know the whole Bostia stuff, but also specifically the Gaia's weapon Garlean stuff, right? both of those are actually incredibly important things that, honestly, I wish players would have to be doing before they venture into Garlemald in 6.0, right? But they're optional, which, I don't necessarily care about that because I played through them anyway. Obviously, I played through them while they were current, but it was crazy to me that those were optional, honestly. Because, well, the reason why they were side quests is because they were fundamentally not the story threads of the main story, right? They were sort of the same as the quote-unquote B-plot that was going on during Shadowbringers, right? Where we were in the first dealing with stuff, and Gaius and Estinian were dealing with the Empire while we were away. And that was actually really brilliant how they did that, and how they interwove those story threads and cutscenes with us doing stuff in the first, right? And with the way the weapon quests on Bosja was subsequently then introduced, it very much felt like now we were continuing with the sort of B plot and the Empire and everything that was going on there, right? So it was really only a side quest on paper, but in reality it was this sort of secondary main story that was going on the sidelines, right? But because they did that so well, and we also, as I said, had this whole resolution to who the Shadowkeeper was and who the Warriors of Darkness fought on the first, what actually caused the Flood of Light, and also the way Uno Kahai and friends then dealt with the 13th and actually found out more about that. I really, really thought that was going to be our next sort of B-plot, right? Because it was something that obviously had to be resolved at one point, right? Because the 13th is still there. But at the same time, I really thought with everything that they said, right? With everything that they said about, oh yeah, 6.0 is going to be this big sort of end to the story. And it was, right? Obviously, it was the end to the whole Zodiark Hydaelyn arc, right? That is true, but I guess, consequences of that, the fact that the world is obviously still split into these shards, and the fact that the Void and the First are both these sort of destroyed worlds, albeit in very different, the 13th being completely overrun by darkness, whereas the First still has this pocket of life on it. It was very clear. I mean, Emmett Selk even mentioned that, right? Where the places we still had to go to. I don't know. I didn't expect them to really, basically intertwine these two things and both introduce new places to us while simultaneously using those places, like the waters beneath the Bounty that Emmett Salt mentioned as well. It was, introduced to us as a completely new adventure, but it ultimately became our connection to, or a new, different connection to the 13th, right? And the reason we're even going to the 13th in the first place is to more or less resolve something that has been there since A Realm Reborn, which is Midgard's armor in the First Brood, right? Ultimately, I think maybe that is going to be our connection to Mericidia in the long run. It could be that if we actually manage to rescue the dragon from the 13th, that will sort of be our entry point into Mericidia. So, I don't know. I feel like what they're doing is that they're they will be introducing these places that they mentioned to us eventually, right? Narcidia, the New World, couple other bits and pieces that we still haven't seen from the continents we've already visited. But they're going to be doing that sort of under the veil of, oh, hey, we still need to resolve what happened to the Reflections, to the 13th specifically, to the First Brood, right? All these sort of back, or things that are still in the back of our minds and are still there and exist in our world. We do still need to resolve those, right? It's a cool way of doing it. It's just very unexpected that they are, because, again, I don't mind it. I actually like it. I would say even more than just doing completely new stuff, right? Because I was sort of worried when they said, oh yeah, we're going to be finishing the whole Heidelin Zodiac thing and are going to be doing new stuff. Even though I completely trusted the writing team of 13 and I knew that they knew what they were doing, there was still this worry within me that we were going to be going to all these exciting new places, but not really having this inherent reason to be there, right? And so I very, very much appreciate that they are going to be, or that they have decided to do it this way, where we are, the reason why we're actually going to these new places that we haven't been to yet is because we still need to resolve past stuff, right? And it actually makes me way more excited for the future because I honestly don't really know where we are going to be going in 7.0. I mean, obviously there is a high chance that we are going to be going to, well, probably multiple places, right? Maybe Mericidia, maybe the New World, maybe both. It could be that they introduce all kinds of new places to us. Maybe there could also be one zone in the 13th, potentially. Or on another reflection. Might also be the case, although that would be quite difficult to introduce if it's only going to be one zone. But that being said, there still has to be the sort of main theme, right, of the expansion. I mean, and that's going to be difficult to pull off, right? Because I think that ultimately Endwalker was really great because it did, in fact, wrap up the whole Heidelin Zodiac arc. So while it did jump all over the place with Charlian and Thavnir and the Moon, right, Ultima Thule, it worked because it was the culmination of everything that we had done before, right? It was this huge finale of everything that we learned about, right, and everything that we had seen. But I do think that, well, Endwalker was incredible in a lot of ways. Well, it did manage to pull off what Stormblood sort of struggled with, which is this idea of introducing a bunch of new places, right? The biggest problem that Stormblood had was that it introduced both Alamigo and Doma, right? And this huge sort of going back and forth between the two, especially during the initial 4.0 story, just felt a little bit awkward in places, right? It felt like they were these two very distinct storylines that both in their own right were very interesting, but just didn't feel like they really connected all that well. Now, ultimately, they were definitely needed, I feel like. Because if it would have been only one of those two, I don't think that it would have felt that great either. And Stormblood was necessary because it set up Like, it made the world a much bigger place. And I think it needed to be this bigger place with all these places that we had already visited in order to then be able to set up everything, right? I mean, imagine if we hadn't been able to go to the Burn, where the Burn was the origin of Azizla, for example, right? It just needed to, especially with then subsequently dealing with the Empire and everything, it really needed to show us all these different provinces that have been taken over. So it was necessary in a lot of ways, especially for everything that they ultimately did in the 4.x series of patches. But it was difficult to introduce, and they did struggle with that. Now, I do think that Endwalker pulled that off a lot better, but that was also due to the fact that we had this, like, big world-ending doom that was looming over us that made it possible to connect the entire world in all these places that we went to, right? But that kind of world-ending doom, I mean, they can't really be introducing that again, right? Now we have to have some sort of new thing, right? And that could very well be to find a way to unite the shards without calamities or something, right? There are all kinds of places they can go, but the fact remains that it's going to be difficult moving forward to pull that off again, right? To make the world a much larger place while simultaneously keeping it interesting during one expansion and keeping sort of one specific story thread that we're following. And it's going to be incredibly interesting how they pull that off, and I do trust that they will pull it off. But just sort of speculating about it is interesting because it seems like a very, very difficult task, right? Because I feel like, let's say just for example, they would be introducing places both in the New World and in Mericidia to us, then the question is, well, what are we doing there? Why are we jumping all over the place, right? What is the connecting thread? Why are we in all of those places at once, basically, right? So yeah, it's there's going to be this difficulty in pulling that off, and so it's also the issue is sort of that we already had such incredible expansions in the past, right? So the world-ending Doom event was already here, right? The completely new world with the first was already here. So we already did those things, right? So, and same thing with Mericidia. If we only go to Mericidia, maybe it's going to feel a little bit too close to Heavensward, where we basically only were in Ishgard and the surrounding areas, right? And dealt with a specific sort of regional thread. So it feels like we already had everything that you could do, basically, right? We had the introduction of a completely new world with the first. We had the introduction of a world-ending Doom with Endwalker. We had the introduction of a world expansion with Stormblood. And we had the sort of introduction of a regional big conflict that had been lingering for a while with Ishgard. So where do you go from there, right? Because again, if we only go to the New World, or only go to Mericidia, it might feel very close to what we did with Heavensward. If we go to both places, it might feel too close what we had with Stormblood. If we go to only the 13th, like if we restore the 13th pre 7.0 and then go to new places in the 13th and sort of build the whole shard back up, it might feel too close to Shadowbringers. I don't know. They could also, in theory, just do 6 new zones where they are going to be in the still missing reflections, like 1 zone per reflection. I don't think that's really possible, because those reflections are technically still Like, they haven't been overrun by anything, right? So they would be an entire planet, basically, that we haven't been to yet. How are you introducing that in, like, one zone? That seems pretty impossible. Even if you would be doing 3 zones or something. So, again, like, where are we going, right? How are we dealing with this? That seems really crazy to me and very difficult to pull off. Now, again, I do trust them to do it. But the interesting thing for me personally is that I have no clue what they are going to do with it. Now, that being said, the next, like the 0.3 patch could very well be sort of this big changing point again, right? I mean, usually in the past, they did... So that was one thing, let's say, pre-Endwalker. There was a big question of what are they going to do there? Because, you know, in theory, pre-Endwalker, we thought that, oh yeah, 6.0 is going to be the culmination of everything, and then they're going to be introducing new stuff moving forward. But it feels like they kind of haven't really done that so much. But instead, in a sort of very clever twist, they've actually stuck to what they always did, while still making it feel new, which is really, really cool, right? And the way they did that was that they did actually wrap up everything in 6.0 in a neat way. But then if you look back, there was always this big wrap-up during the 0.0 things, right? Yes, the story did continue beyond that, but the big thread or whatever was already dealt with, right? So we dealt with the bishop in 3.0. We dealt with the with Xenos in 4.0. We dealt with Emmet Selk in 5.0, and then the subsequent stuff, while being absolutely phenomenal, right? Every 0.3 patch has always been absolutely crazy in the past. Arguably, it was this big expansion of a story that had already been wrapped up, right? There was this sort of secondary, huge thing that then also got wrapped up during the 0.3 patch. And arguably, yes, now in Endwalker, these things are a bit more separate from one another, right? So dealing with the 13th is obviously very different than dealing with the Endsinger and everything in 6.0. But in terms of story structure, it feels very similar, right? So I'm wondering whether or not we might actually wrap up the whole 13th thing in the next patch already, right? I mean, there's a big chance that we're already doing that, and that there aren't actually going to be that many things that will be introduced there anymore. I mean, I feel like that's going to be going in a different direction entirely, and then we're going to be going towards 7.0. But yeah, I have absolutely no idea where that's going to go, right? I mean, and that's a beautiful thing, but trying to speculate about it, very, very difficult. And I also haven't really seen anybody sort of coming up. I mean, there are probably theories out there, right? But I haven't really seen this one sort of big thing. I mean, in a way, it does feel a little bit like pre-Shadowbringers, right? Where it was also pretty unclear what was going to happen. I mean, well, arguably after Stormblood, it very much felt like we were moving towards Garlemald, and then obviously they did a complete 180 and moved us towards Shadowbringers, which was incredible, but very unexpected in a way, right? So, I mean, obviously they're moving us towards something else that's unexpected, but at the same time, this time around, we actually don't have any clue. Whereas back in Stormblood, we had this inkling of, oh yeah, maybe we're actually finally going to deal with the Empire. But yeah, I guess the one big speculation that I have is that we are going to be wrapping up the whole 13th thing in the next patch already. There's going to be this big sort of story point. Or rather, let me put it in another way. I don't think we're going to be wrapping it up entirely, so we're not suddenly, bringing salvation to the 13th and restoring the entire shard or anything. I don't think that that's going to happen, but I do think that we're going to be having some sort of potentially big confrontation with this Skullbass guy, and then that's going to lead us into a completely different sort of territory or story. The 13th might still play a role in that, but it's going to be moving, I think, into a very specific direction. Though that being said, we might not really know that direction. Or, well, there's a very high chance that we might not know that direction pre 7.0 at all. I mean, the sort of ultimate adventure that we had both in Shadowbringers and Endwalker were things that we didn't really know about previously, or previous to those patches. Arguably, we did know a little bit more about Endwalker because we did know that Fan Daniel was trying to bring back the final days. We just didn't have any sort of idea what that meant and what it was connected to, especially with Heidelin and Zodiark and the whole, Unsunday, like Elpis, and how all of that was connected. But yeah. Man, it's just so much fun speculating about it, right? But it's also really, really crazy to me just how many possibilities we fucking have, right? I mean, how can there be... I mean, we just finished the Rising event. This game, 1.0 excluded, is now 9 years old. And it feels like we have more potential than ever before, right? It almost makes me wish that they would be... I mean, sometimes they do that. The great thing about Bosja was that, in terms of story, it very much was a big leap forward compared to Eureka. Now, in terms of gameplay, I thought that Eureka was actually more interesting because it was very old school and just very unusual in a way, right? And yes, a lot of people had problems with that, but ultimately I thought that, especially in the third and fourth zone, they had sort of found their groove, and it was really, really fun, and albeit very unusual. The problem with Eureka was, though, that beyond the sort of final story with Baldesion's Arsenal and the revelations that we got in terms of lore from that place, it always felt like they sort of missed the mark on actually establishing Eureka as this proper place, as this thing that had become out of the Isle of Vow, right? Because that's the origin point, right? It's this sort of island that the students of Baldesion had used as a research place for various reasons, and suddenly it vanished and then reappeared at a completely different point, with all these elements sort of playing this, like being crazy and creating these elemental turbulences and whatnot on the island, right? I felt like in terms of gameplay that was a great idea, but they really didn't... I mean, if you don't really know sort of the background of that and paid a lot of attention to stuff in the 2.x patches, where that was the story of Eureka really begins in 2.x, right? Where we suddenly learn, oh fuck, the Isle of Vow is gone, right? The people there are gone. There's suddenly nobody knows where they disappeared to. And while that does keep reappearing during the 2.x patches, it never actually gets explained all that much, right? And it never really comes back until you then finally unlock Eureka in Stormblood. And even then, while they do make that connection and they tell you, oh yeah, that is the former Isle of Vow, nobody knows what happened to it, it kind of remains this very mysterious thing. And I think, a lot of people probably mentally, even, they might have heard about it, but I don't think they've really properly connected these places in their minds, right? Whereas if you then look at Bosja very much was a really, really well-told story, right? Unfortunately, it wasn't voice-acted because it's not the main story. But it was a really, really cool storyline. They introduced a bunch of stuff, like the fact that Sid's father had also been corrupted by Bahamut, right? Things we some people might have speculated about, but we just didn't know up until that point. And the fact that they actually showed us Bosja, the Bosja Citadel, the sort of aftermath of the incident of when the Garleans first tried to use the energy from Dalamud and subsequently destroyed an entire city doing that. Also, our fight against the Empire. I mean, you have to think about that. Bosja was basically the sort of B-plot going on in the background, combined with our fight against the weapons, where we dealt with various legions, and ultimately that then led to those legions surrendering in 6.0, right? I mean, that is sort of the fact that we helped Bosja against the Empire, and that we helped defeat the weapons and whatnot, ultimately even made it possible for us to then make the Empire surrender once Fandaniel and Xenos had also destroyed the capital. That would have been potentially a whole lot more difficult if those legions would have still been up and running and had control over, for example, Bosja, right? So it was really cool how they did that in the sort of quote-unquote B-plot. And yeah, it was a big step up from Eureka. So what I was trying to say with that is that they actually very successfully managed to introduce a completely new zone to us past the actual expansion, right? So there is a high potential that they could do that in the future as well. And I would like them to. I mean, even though we've seen Garlemald and we've seen what became of the capital, I would still be very, very interested in actually seeing a zone sort of a bit more outside of that, right? I mean, actually, you know, if I look at the world map, right, we still have all these places that we haven't really been to. I mean, yes, there are a bunch of things that we have seen. So, for example, the Stormblood's Alliance raids take place here, sort of in this general area. I mean, I think the Ridorana Lighthouse, isn't that somewhere here, basically? Sort of all the way to the southeast. Yeah, Dalmasca and everything. We've kind of been here. We've kind of been in the Burn, right? So there are a couple of instances of places that we've kind of been to, but not really. We've been on this island for like one dungeon. And yeah, in Bosja in general, which is sort of in this general area, I think. But yeah, I would like to, for example, see one or even two zones sort of in this area, right? Close to Garlemald, but not Garlemald itself. I don't know. I feel like there is still a lot of potential here as well. But then, obviously, there needs to be a reason for us being there. There needs to be, you know, actual interesting bits and pieces to discover, right? But I would like them to expand on what we already know, as much as also introducing us to new places, right? Obviously, I do want to see Mericidia. I do want to see the new world. But I just hope over that they're not sort of neglecting what we've already seen. Arguably, we still haven't even really been to Hingashi, right? I mean, we were on Kugane, but the only zones we've actually been to is the Ruby Sea, which is in between Hingashi and Othat. Yangsha and the Azim Steppe are both here, right? We've been to the Burn, as I mentioned. We've been to Dalmasca, but we've not actually been to Hingashi, only to Kugane, right? So that's still something that might play a bigger role at some point for some reason, although I don't really see why that would play a bigger role. Also, there is like with the Ridurana lighthouses, there are these big waterfalls that I don't really understand why they even exist, right? Yet another thing that we haven't really been to. I mean, now we've been to Thavnia, so that's cool. Even though, for some reason, I mean, we're here currently, right? This is literally where Ratzathan is, but it's showing us as being here. Don't know why they did that, but whatever. Yeah, there's all these places still to discover, and you know, as difficult as that would be, but I mean, look at this, like, look at Eorzea, right? And think about all the places that we've been here, and how many zones these places are made out of, right? So Girabania is like 3 zones. The Black Shroud, well, obviously the Realm Reborn zones are a bit like smaller, but still, there's a bunch of zones, right, near Gridania. There's one zone in Mordona. There's a bunch of zones in Thanalan. There are a bunch of zones in Lenosha. Coerthus has 2 or 3 zones. Then there's another zone here. Dravanian Forelands and Hinterlands are 2 zones, right? We have Labyrinthos up here. So there's like, I don't know, 20, 30 zones that make up this place. Well, there are only 2, basically, that are here, right? Well, 3, maybe, depending on how you look at it, right? So imagine if at one point they would expand on that, right? Imagine if at one point we'd have like 15 zones that make up this place. Wouldn't that be crazy? I know that's probably not going to happen, and it would be really, really hard to pull off, because obviously there needs to be, as I said, a story, and actually a reason to be there, right? But at the same time, neglecting them completely and not going there ever would also feel kind of, I don't know. I just hope they're going to be coming up with, I don't know, something crazy that we're doing there. It is a little bit difficult, isn't it? Because, I mean, with Medion and everything that we've seen, like, where are we going next, right? While I did enjoy all the new patches, one slight issue that has been creeping up is that nothing really feels all that dangerous anymore, right? All the threats that we've dealt with, and Golbaz as well, right? Or when Barbaricia, for example, attacked us. It very much felt as if, like, what is she going to do, right? We literally defeated the strongest being in the entire universe already, in theory, right? So, while I did enjoy the whole 13th Voidsent thing for lore reasons, and like Zero is a really, really cool new character, and obviously sort of the fact that things can't really die on the 13th, and we have to rely on Zero and her ability to turn them into crystals to a certain extent, there's still, at least for us, isn't really, like, there's no threat to us specifically, right? I mean, how strong can Golbaz really be? We even in the past defeated a version of Midgard's armor that Omega came up with. We defeated Omega itself, right? We killed and defeated so many things that no matter what Golbaz does, it's insane to think that he would be stronger than us, right? So that's going to be interesting to see how they handle that going forward. Obviously, we also very much protect people, right? And need to protect places, people, and whatnot. So there's always going to be the threat to, you know, maybe the world is going to be destroyed. Maybe there's another calamity looming or something like that, right? Obviously, that's going to be a threat. So we do need to deal with certain things, and we're not like almighty. We can't deal with everything. But at the same time, we are this incredibly strong warrior of light. And at least to us personally, no real threat exists anymore, right? And I wonder how they're going to be dealing with that, because so far they really haven't, right? I mean, everything that they've shown to us and the enemies that they've introduced to us, while being very interesting and unexpected, aren't really a threat at all. So, yeah, that's... It's going to be interesting to see what they do with that. Anyways, that's been a long discussion now, so let's actually get into this quest. The Voidsent glows in your direction but says nothing. I mean, I don't know. With its size, I don't think that it actually would be capable of speech. Here it is. Surprisingly docile, even when I captured it. And there have been no reports of attacks prior to that. Even so, it's the nature of Voidsent to prey on people for their ether. Perhaps it bides its time waiting to carry out some manner of scheme? You. I remember you. Yes. You were a Troya. Please, you must help me. You were at the castle? I thought that maybe he was more, it was more at Zero's domain? Indeed I was, but I've since fled here. I understand the mortal tongue well enough, but I don't have a mouth to produce the sounds. It's been a struggle to convey my thoughts. But not anymore. You can help me. Yes, you can. Oh, so it's relaying its thoughts to us? You can converse with the Voidsent? Amazing. Could you ask it why it came here? When you and yours stormed the castle, I was caught up in the fighting and died. In time I returned, but I tire of fighting. So I fled, using the gate to your world. Makes sense. Having just been reborn, however, my essence hadn't fully bound together yet. And so, when I emerged from the gate, it was as several sundered selves. Oh, so they want us to gather the pieces, I guess? Frightened and confused, they scattered, following their trail at me here, my diminutive size allowing me to remain largely unseen. But by the same token, I can do little more than sneak about. Each of us was weak and powerless. That's why we consumed one another in the first place. Together we were strong. I want you to help me find all of me, so that I can be whole again. What an unusual request. You wish to strike a bargain, then? Yes, I would. To be whole again and live in this world, I would strike 1,000 bargains. We still remember the past, you see. Still remember when we were mortals. We long to have that life again, but we need your help, starting by reuniting us. We won't try to devour anyone, even when we're whole, I swear. You wish to learn more about the Void, yes. There is much we can teach you about those who rule its domains, about their past. Find the others, and they'll tell you all they know. No eating, no tricks. Do we have a bargain? We do indeed. You know, one thing that actually struck me as very interesting with Zero, I mean, we kind of knew about that already, because it just makes sense, right? But it was just very interesting to see that she can just sustain herself with normal food here, right? I mean, it just makes sense because that's how they've set it all up, right? But, I mean, theoretically speaking, right, all these Voidsent that we've met, if we could sort of convince them, and if they would I don't know, if they would play nicely, let's put it that way, in theory, right, we could just bring all the Voidsent from the 13th. I mean, obviously there were probably hundreds of thousands of Voidsent there still, but just in theory, we could bring them to the source through the portal one by one. It would probably take ages to do so, but we could. And in theory, I guess they could just lead a normal life here. I mean, it seems like a crazy and complicated process, but it's not entirely impossible, right? So I don't know. I mean, maybe there would be a bunch of other things to consider. Maybe they could, in theory, corrupt the ether here in the source too much if there were too many of them here. And, well, Zero's a little bit special in that she's only sort of part Voidsent, right? But I don't know. I mean, it's sort of. I mean, the great thing about 14 is that the way they've set this up, everything just makes sense, right? There's even. I mean, that's why the setup was so great, is because they actually sort of established proper, I guess, physical rules, like actual physics for how all of this works, right? So it makes sense. And everything that sort of happened with Zero just makes sense. But because of that, because they did establish these physics, it does bring up multiple questions, right? Of, hey, couldn't we try this? Couldn't we try that? Doesn't this just work, basically, right? So while everything obviously does require a bunch of work, I mean, it's sort of, I guess it would be a little bit similar to what we did with the Porxies, and that we're now able to actually cure people that have been tempered, at least if they haven't been tempered for too long. But what I think is great there is that they very much established that it's still a lengthy process, and it requires a lot of ether, it requires a lot of Porxies, and it requires time and people that are there to do it and use their energy to do it, right? So it's not like it's an automatic process, or it's not like we got rid of tempering altogether, but we can actually do something against it now, right? But it feels like this is a similar example in that, in theory, we could help individual Voidsent, right? We could bring them here and they could maybe lead a normal life on the source, but at the same time, it seems a very, very difficult operation on a very large scale, right? So ultimately, the solution would probably be to somehow restore the 13th rather than bringing everybody here. So it crossed over to our world to escape conflict, and now searches for the rest of itself? I understand Voidsent are quite reliable when it comes to fulfilling a pact. I dare say having one as an ally would benefit our research into their world. Very well. If you would be so kind as to search for his kin, I will consult my superiors on how best to deal with them. Sure. By that, I take it we have a bargain. Good, good. I sense 4 others close by. When you find them, you need only point them in this direction. Once they sense my presence, I can guide them the rest of the way. Alright. My thanks again for your help. If you could see the other Voidsent back here, I will tend to the rest. Like me, the others have an interest in the lives of mortals. They are bound to be here in this city. Oh, they're actually within the city. I was wondering about whether or not we'd have to maybe venture out into Wolfavnia at least. Huh. Huh. Yo, buddy. What's that? I asked you to search for me in exchange for knowledge about powerful Voidsent. Does it actually make sense for them to have different voices? I don't know. I'm still wanting to see this and that, but I suppose a deal is a deal. Those men over there, soldiers, are they not? We used to have soldiers in our world too. There were lots of them during the Contra Memoria. Ah, back from Waver's warding, are you? I hear you fought well against the Voidsent that slipped through. Come now, I merely did my duty. Haven't we all sworn to protect our nation, no matter the cost? Protect our nation? How familiar those words. Where was it that I heard them? Ah, yes. It was the early days of the Contra Memoria. The enemy had conjured a terrible eidolon that laid siege to a fortress. The garrison was made up of ordinary soldiers, men and women with no remarkable abilities. But led by their Valen commander, they fought bravely and desperately. They had to last until the Memoria arrived, the commander told them. Needed to hold out no matter the cost. The Memoria did eventually arrive, but not soon enough for the soldiers. Oh, I guess we're going to be hearing a bunch of sad stories now, huh? Oh, what the fuck? Having struck down the Eidolon, the Memoriat and his servants searched the castle for survivors. They found only the dead. God, with the music? This is really sad, right? That is so crazy to think about, because it's... Even though we've heard about it so many times, and we've, known about what the Void was for such a long time already, it's still, even with everything that we've seen, right? I feel like it's so difficult to wrap your head around the fact that every calamity meant that an entire planet worth of lives was destroyed. And, well, very much the same with the Void, even though technically their ether still kind of exists. Which is not to say that the rest of the ether doesn't exist. I mean, the one thing that does provide a little bit like a glimpse of hope here is that the ether that all of these people were made out of still exists, right? So what the Asians did was that they rejoined. I mean, that's why it's called the rejoining, but they rejoined the ether, right? So all of those lives that were destroyed on the shards was flowing back into the ethereal sea on the source. So it's not gone, but a lot of memories, right? A lot of individual souls were sort of their ether was absorbed by the ethereal sea and is now just more ether in the source, right? And also, while their ether is still there, it doesn't change the fact that they had all this suffering to go through, right? So these people dying, their experiences and memories, that is all still there, right? I mean, or was there, that was a reality at one point, and a lot of suffering, I guess. It's also just crazy to see sort of that obviously the 13th at one point was very much like the source, right? Just this quote-unquote normal land with normal people. But just when they had given up all hope, a faint groaning reached their ears. They rushed over to the sound and cleared away debris. To find a lone survivor, the garrison commander. Instead of joy, however, the sight of the man filled them with anger. Your soldiers are slaughtered to a man, yet there's barely a scratch on you. What's the meaning of this? This is actually rendered. That's interesting. Huh. Not just pictures. Hey, isn't that Ilmeg? I think they're using that as a background. Sort of, maybe? Maybe a little bit. The Eidolon was savage, but mindless. It was a simple thing to hide myself beneath fallen debris. Hide? As commander, you had a duty to your men. You were supposed to put their lives before your own. Yeah, I think they're using Ilmac as a background. That's cool. Spare me. My duty was to ensure the fortress stood, and it did. Besides, my death would have achieved nothing. Honor be damned. No, I'm sworn to protect our nation, and to do that, I must live. It is my fate to fall here. It isn't your fate, you say? Is he merely unconscious? Come, let us bury the soldiers, and their commander with them. Fate shall decide what becomes of him, whether he lives or dies. Very well, my lord. They buried him alive? What the fuck? Funeral rites were later held for the fallen, but solemn tears quickly gave way to horrified screams as a body emerged from the earth. The commander. I can't die. I must live, the man is said to have declared. People thought him a demon, disheveled horror, muttering curses as he wandered off to regions unknown. Scarmilione, they called him, a name befitting his newfound grisly visage, a name befitting a monster. Well, it's kind of what he became. So, yeah, that. That's crazy, okay? It's very reminiscent of the, Fuck, I always forget what they were called. Like the, not the Light Wardens, but the, what became of the Warriors of Darkness, right? That they became these corrupted beings. Kind of without their own fault, right? Because they were deceived, but then everybody else blamed them for the flood. And so they became these monsters. It's very similar here, basically, where they... I mean, well, obviously, I don't think that the commander here was like doing the right thing. Obviously, protecting lives above the nation or the castle is probably, or would have been, I guess, the correct choice. So I get that, you know, when they found him, that guy was angry about that, but, you know, striking him down and burying him alive is obviously, not the right decision to deal with this. We thought we buried him deep, but a mortal's desire to live is not to be underestimated. So this being, was that the guy that found the commander then? You're immortal, so I expect you to understand that desire. Well, that concludes my tale. I'd best rejoin my cells, if you'll excuse me. Holy fuck. Did not expect that. Hmm. Well, I guess at that point it was already a pretty, well, not yet corrupted, but still already, I guess, morally corrupted world. Because that's pretty fucked up, to be honest. In a lot of different ways, I feel like. I mean, yeah. That's interesting, though. So we got to hear where Scarmiglione came from. I do wonder what the others will tell us about. So this is where mortals consume ether. Dreading loneliness more than hunger. How very like me. If you don't mind, though, I'd like to observe the mortals a while longer. The food here is simply sublime. Why, I feel stronger with every bite, as if the Mraga themselves were granting me their blessing. The food is tasty, that's true enough, and no food is so sublime as to be a substitute for proper training, my friend. Stronger with every bite, every feed. For my part of the bargain, I will tell you about how we Voidsent become strong. Simply put, it depends on the quality and quantity of ether we harbor. When the world was consumed by darkness, the heroes known as Memoriates arose as powerful Voidsent. In contrast, the vast majority of mortals, powerless and unremarkable as they were, became ordinary Voidsent, like me. There were exceptions, of course, but one in particular I'll never forget. See what we hear about. Scarmiglione. Never had I seen a Voidsent so craven. Even when pushed to the brink of starvation, he would prey only on those weaker than himself. I mean, makes sense, huh? He subsisted on scant leavings and lived in constant fear and hunger. In the face of danger, of Voidsent stronger than himself, fleeing was the only option. But a day came when he found his way bared. How pitiful. Oh, hi. I don't remember his voice, actually. Such overwhelming ether. Who is this? You fled instead of facing your foe. Why? Isn't that how most Voidsent work, though? I mean, if you can be eaten by people stronger than you, then wouldn't you flee? Why? I'm too weak. Why else? I would have been devoured. So, had you enough strength, you would have stood your ground. Very well then. What's happening? Yes, I feel it. The power swelling within me. Though your foe returns. What have you done to me? I granted you but a sliver of ether. 'Twas with the power you already possessed that you defeated your foe. I possessed such power. Fear had clouded your eyes, blinded you to the strength you had attained feeding on the weak. If you would free yourself from fear, then join me. You shall have a greater cause to live for and know true power. Sounds like the Emperor from Star Wars. What the fuck is his deal? Curious how, in a world without death, the fear of it could be the key to great strength. The knight recognized this, recognized the Voidsent's potential, and thus did he take him into his service. What's his deal, though? Like, I get the idea that he saw, oh yeah, that particular Voidsent has a bunch of potential, but what's his deal? Like, okay, so as much as we've seen of the 13th, aren't there, because, I mean, when you think about it, right, it's been a while since, it's been possibly thousands of years, maybe even tens of thousands of years, depending on how time scaling and everything worked out, because the 13th technically had been the first attempt of the Ascians to rejoin a shard with the source, right? So the Flood of Darkness that happened to the 13th is way, way further in the past than the Flood of Light, for example, that happened to the first, right? As that happened 100 years ago on the first, right? Which is, well, like a year ago, or maybe even less, on the source. But everything that happened to the 13th happened like about 12,000 years ago, maybe 10,000 years ago on the source, right? Because the first calamity that we know of, or the first actual calamity, the first actual rejoining, I think happened like what, 10,000 years ago? Let me actually double check that, because now I can. I actually read about that, so it's because I mean, I'm not too far through the first Encyclopedia Eorzea at this point. Alright, let me see. But it does tell you about let's see. The first, like the Astral Eras and whatnot. For history. So, the first Umbral Era, the Calamity of Wind. It doesn't actually say how long ago that was specifically. I guess we would have to add up everything else we know. But I do know that it's about, like, at least... So we do know that the Sundering was 12,000 years ago, right? Because that's what the Loperids told us on the moon. But then, obviously, after the Sundering, the first calamity didn't immediately happen. So we can assume that it was about 10,000 years ago, something like that. But the interesting part here being that technically means, even though in theory time could have been much slower in the 13th, which you could also explain by the fact that, well, it's sort of this stagnation or chaotic, well, it's not really stagnation because it's the umbral side of things, right? So it's chaotic ether that's going on there. So maybe that somehow changed the time scale to where the 13th didn't experience as much time as the Source did in the same time frame. But even with that, you know, it's potentially thousands or at least hundreds of years since the whatever destroyed the 13th happened. Now, if we then also assume that Voidsent eat each other, wouldn't naturally a bunch of really, really strong Voidsent exist now? I mean, we kind of know that they do or did. I mean, the Cloud of Darkness is a thing, for example, right? I mean, we also know that sometimes they get split up again, right? So if a particularly strong void, in theory, you know, multiple, I guess, weaker Voidsent could very well destroy a stronger one, and then that one would sort of split again, right? And it wouldn't die, but it would be split in parts, right? And be weaker, the individual parts being weaker. But just sort of naturally, because of all the time that elapsed, I think, wouldn't it make a lot of sense if there were at least a couple of really, really strong Voidsent that just devoured a bunch of weaker Voidsent over time and are now so strong that they can't feasibly really be destroyed? Unless they also fought each other, right? I guess that's still very much a potential. It does bring up this question of, well, what is Golbez's goal? Like, what is he trying to do? Is he actually trying to rebuild the 13th? Is he trying to amass an army for something? It's still very much unclear what he's trying to do. And it seems like, yes, he's searching out, you know, stronger beings potentially, or seeing the potential in beings. But as I mentioned earlier, right, Scarmelione, while in theory being not being able to die because they're a Voidsent, their pure strength wasn't really a match for us, right? So even Golbez must have known that Scarmelione, while being potentially one of the stronger Voidsent, let's say in comparison to Ashdaya, for example, he was nothing, right? I mean, Ashdaya, being from the first brood, is insanely strong compared to most of those Voidsent that we've seen, right? And Golbez must know that as well, so I'm kind of trying to figure out what his goal would be. I mean, I don't fully understand yet, because it seemed that with, like, Barbaricia as well, or with, well, he has this council, right? And he had, like, the 4 elements there, these 4 elemental-based creatures that he then sent out to attack us, maybe, right? It feels like he would have known that they wouldn't have stood a chance against us, right? Or maybe he wasn't entirely certain, but he had a hunch that they weren't strong enough? I don't really know, because otherwise it seems kind of strange that he wouldn't really have expected us to be able to deal with them. I don't really know. See, that's sort of the point here, that I really don't understand what his goal was or is. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Determined as he is to live, it wouldn't surprise me if he were still somewhere out there. He'd be even more powerful now, I expect, from all the devouring he would have done since. Unlike your world, eating actually makes you stronger in ours. Well, I must be going now. The others are waiting. I don't know. I mean, we already dealt with Scarmelione, though. I mean, we turned him into a bunch of crystals. Yeah, the whole Golbas thing. I don't know. It's this. I mean, it's it kind of comes back to everything that I was speculating about earlier, right? It's this idea of what is going to happen, right? I mean, I don't know what Golbas is really trying to do, because it seems like he can't actually do that much. But at the same time, he's clearly trying to do something? I don't know. I mean, That being said, the one thing that he might have not anticipated is us being able to actually withstand the whole ether corruption of the Void. What are you guys doing here? Never seen these two, actually. Because traditionally in the past, and the reason for why the whole Cloud of Darkness thing was such a big threat back in the Realm Reborn, is that the Void and the Voidsent were able to corrupt one's ether, right? So they, even though they might have not been like individually that strong, especially the Void itself, and venturing there was really, really dangerous. Even back when the Allagans tried to do it, for example, right? There were a lot of dangers attached because they didn't have the technology that we now have with the warding scales being able to protect us from our ether being corrupted. So maybe that's a factor that Golbas just didn't really... Well, obviously he wouldn't have really known about that, I guess? But yeah, then again, the question, because it, I don't know, something about the whole Golbas thing so far, it doesn't actually strike me as if he's sort of potentially trying to attack the source, right? Not really, anyways. I mean, it feels like there's some other motive that he's trying, some other goal he's trying to accomplish. Seems much more Void-focused, right? Instead of either expanding his power or potentially... I don't know, it seems like he's actually trying to do something with the Void itself, and with Voidsent, and with their destroyed world, rather than trying to attack anyone in particular. So maybe in a weird way we're actually not really doing any, like, maybe what we've done so far in the Void isn't actually the best thing. I mean, both Scarmilione and Barbaricia seemed like pretty bad sort of enemies, but at the same time, whatever they did was more or less in their nature, right? It wasn't necessarily that they were, I don't know, too crazy? It's difficult to say. Yeah, Golbas' whole deal and goal, and it's all still very, very mysterious, right? Especially when you then also consider that he apparently did capture Ashdaya, but didn't actually consume her ether. My other self grows lonely, you say. My apologies. It was my intent to seek out the others, but I was distracted by the bickering pair of mortals yonder. My goodness, but there's been some colorful language. Oh, so that... I was wondering, because I thought that pair wasn't there earlier, but now they are. So they are part of this class, that makes sense. To hell's with your father. You shouldn't need his permission just to leave the goddamn house. Please, mind your language. What would father say if he were to hear you? Ugh. It's always father this, father that with you. I'm sick of it. You're your own woman now. Bloody act like one for a change. Colorful language, yes. Not from the girl, though. Oh no, she appears to be quite well bred. Interesting way of putting it, but I understand what he's saying. I just hope she's happier than a girl I knew long, long ago. That girl was born into a family of thugs who suddenly found themselves nobility. She was raised as a noblewoman and had servants tending to her every need. But in the end, she was merely a beautiful bird kept in a gilded cage. Wanting her to be a proper lady, her parents presided over all aspects of her life. They decided everything for her, telling her what to say and do. Wonder who she actually is. Chafing from the fetters of her restrictive life, she solicited her handmaiden's aid and stole outside the manor, where she enjoyed a moment of bliss unbeknownst to her parents. Or so she thought. It was not long before her father dragged her back to her room, barring the door and windows, denying her even the simple pleasure of an afternoon breeze. Even a bird in a cage may chirp freely, but she wasn't even suffered to give voice to her desires. That sounds pretty fucked up. But she wouldn't be deterred. Having once tasted sweet freedom, she yearned for more, and one day she succeeded in sneaking out of the manor a second time. You're late. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. If you're expecting your friends, I'm afraid they're not coming. That's also interesting. That's the, not Central Shroud, but that's where Hawthorne's hut is, I think, right? Maybe? Or is it where the sylphs are? Wait, isn't that the same zone? Ah, whatever. I think it's close to one of the Aetherites, technically. But father, how did you... What do you mean they're not coming? I had known that some miscreants were coveting in these parts, but to think that they dared try to consort with my daughter. Well, you needn't worry about them anymore. They're food for the fishes now. What kind of fucked up father is he? How could you do this, father? Why must you torment me so? Know your place, girl. You are a means for our family to gain influence. I won't have you sullying yourself with riffraff. You will not leave your chamber safe with my permission, nor will you disobey me again. If you do so, there will be severe consequences. Am I understood? I said, am I understood? To hell. What did you say? Oh boy. I said, go to hell! Oh boy. Does remind me of Yotsuyu in a way. Oh, to think that it could be so exhilarating to speak my mind. To do as I please. No more living in a cage. From this moment on, I am free. Free as the wind. Oh, she's Barbaricia, isn't she? See, I was gonna say, like, Barbaricia, while obviously for us not being like reasonable and in like a morally uh kind of bad state, she as well didn't particularly strike me as just an enemy, right? I mean, clearly Golbaz is, I don't know, I feel like specifically searching out people who have suffered in their past and trying to give them a means to sort of overcome their suffering through strength, maybe? But why? Why would you do that specifically? Because at the end of the day, it seems like he's... I mean, maybe for some reason he thinks that that will make Voidsent stronger than just being strong purely by themselves. But still, I mean, what exactly is the difference there, right? Because at the end of the day, strength is what he's looking for, it feels like. Or maybe he's looking for something else. Huh. Because while she, like, obviously this is like a fucked up past, right? And you can very much empathize with her. I mean, I don't feel sorry for her father, like, at all. um, but while I can understand her, that doesn't make her actions any more right, right? I mean, she's very clearly a very, um, mentally broken person now, or always was. Um, like, I don't know. How would Golbis benefit from specifically searching out people like her? I don't really get it. How does that differ from other Voidsent? I mean, pretty sure they all have suffered in one way or another, right? Hmm. One other thing that I actually wonder about, though, with the stories that we now see, I mean, I'm wondering if these are just quote unquote random stories. I mean, okay, this is going to be a little bit difficult to explain, but well, maybe not, but let's assume like in a normal world, right? There are a whole lot of fucked up people, right? So I guess my question would be, is this sort of, or are these stories that we're now hearing about, both with Scarmiglione's past being the commander, and also with this girl slash woman who killed her father turning into Barbaricia, I guess, um, I wonder if these are just sort of random people that just suffered a very bad fate, or if this was already a consequence of the ether on the 13th getting more and more corrupted, right? I mean, both are very reasonable possibilities. This might actually just be sort of random people that experienced really bad, things in their past, and ultimately because of that turned out to be very strong Voidsent. Or was this already, was this specifically a result of the ether on the 13th already getting corrupted, and therefore people being a lot more, I guess, you know, uh, uh, how can you put this? Like, strange in their behavior, right? Hmm. The young woman struck out on her own, and in her travels discovered her true calling, not in the halls of lords and ladies, but on the battlefield. She became a force of nature, famed for her striking beauty, which bellied a terrible savagery. And with this new life, she also claimed a new name, Barbaricia. I do wonder what's up with her hair, though. I guess because of beauty? Indeed, she found her freedom, but did she also find happiness, I wonder? Yeah, I don't think so. But then again, I guess it's almost impossible for a person like that to find happiness. Like, I think, the possibility of finding happiness after such a terrible life is really, really slim. Like, you'd have to be insanely lucky and find a bunch of other people who would really help you out of your misery to be happy, to be truly happy, right? You're not going to be finding happiness all by yourself. I suppose I'll never know, nor does it matter, for the world that once was is no more. Oh, but goodness me, I'd better rejoin the others. Huh. I don't know. I mean, okay, how the hell do we go there? I guess we can just go down there. Yeah. I mean, it's really, really awesome that they're telling us about the past of these people slash creatures, Voidsent, that we defeated, right? But I'm just really wondering and thinking, well, what does it mean, right? What's the deal with them? Is there some sort of connection, something that would explain why we fought these specifically? Why Golbez sought them out? I'm definitely still not seeing the bigger picture here. I also wonder if we're going to be dealing with more of these creatures that Golbez sends towards us. I wonder if this small quest will continue and potentially give us more information about other creatures as well, right? It's been actually a while since... Oh! Hi! I did not realize she would be standing at the airship hangar. The way the sky changes color with the passage of time. It's probably a mundane thing to you, but to me it's a marvel. I dare say I won't soon grow bored in this world. True. it's so difficult to even like wrap your mind around, right? The fact that well, I guess it's literally like being on another planet, but even even other planets with like Mars, for example, right? I mean, it's just a desert, basically, a stone desert, but at the same time, it still experiences like storms and sun and like dark, like days and nights and whatnot. But I guess once the ethers completely change the world, it would still experience day and night, right? In a way, I guess. I mean, the first did. Who are we gonna hear about now? What a refreshing breeze. I'm to return to the others, but they should come here. Would you look at this beautiful, boundless sky? Mortals take to the air from here, do they not? Would that I had wings to soar among the clouds myself. But we Voidsent are not wont to roam, you see. The mightiest among us carve out domains, while the rest labor to stay in their good graces. Now, the master of a domain seldom ventures outside, for it is in one's territory that one is strongest. For some, however, such confinement proved trying, as was the case for certain Voidsent I knew. I speak of the free-spirited Terra Barbaricia. When she first established her domain, she whiled away the days waiting for her minions to bring her prey. The ether amassed from these offerings were devoted to the singular pleasure of caring for her silky, flowing locks, but the resources of her domain were not without their limits. It was only when none remained to oppose her that she realized she was a prisoner in her own domain, and unless she broke free, she would inevitably wither away, alone. That's really interesting, right? That's such a cool way of doing her, like, the backstory that we just heard, right, while being obviously sad and you know, a very fucked up past, it's also, in a weird way, a very typical fucked up past, right? Sort of overprotective father that was also really, really just a terrible father, and then being killed by his own daughter because of that. You know, that's pretty fucked up, but it is, you know, almost like, it's not anything, well, sadly, right? It's not anything too special. But it becomes this very interesting thing because it's suddenly very reminiscent of how the Voidsent actually live, right? With their own domains in a very sad and ironic way, because she was so strong, because she freed herself from her father, and then ultimately when the world changed to the void, she, because of these experiences, she was, I guess, prepared better for it than most, and therefore she became this very, very strong and beautiful Voidsent. But ironically, that led to her creating the very circumstances that she had tried to escape in her childhood, and, you know, the things that her father had done to her. She created or recreated them sort of unknowingly, accidentally by herself again. Because she was so strong, because of what she did. It makes it even more of a sad story, right? It's really clever, though, how they've... Like it's really interesting, right? It's this sort of sad irony. Ooh, that actually looks very scary for some reason. Holy shit. Not knowing what to do, she had fallen into the depths of despair, when the hand of salvation came to pull her out. At this rate, my precious hair will frazzle and fray, had I only the strength to leave my domain. And then Golbez came. If strength is your desire, that is easily granted. Who are you? So much power surging through me. And what will you do with it? What is your desire? What I desire is... You would move your very domain. Impressive. That I can do such a thing. What have you done to me? I granted you ether, nothing more. It was your will that made it possible. My will? Even so, no matter where you should go, there is naught but darkness. What could your destination possibly be? Destination? I have no need of such. I wish but to be free like the wind. In a world that has met its end, rare indeed is the soul who desires freedom so ardently that she could will her very domain to move. Recognizing this quality, the knight would grant her more power, and a place of command in his mighty army. A story worthy of our bargain, I trust. I might have had more to tell had I not fallen off her domain. That's a kind of a funny end to that tale, honestly. It seems you mortals also have a fondness for flying. I'd certainly like to try riding one of these airships of yours. But perhaps another time. My other selves will be a blubbering mess if I don't hurry and rejoin them. You found the last of the Voidsent. Time to head back to the Hall of the Radiant Host. Well, yeah, that's very, very interesting, right? So, it seems to me that whatever Golbez is trying to do, he's seemingly searching for more than what the Voidsent usually are, right? He seems to be searching for purpose and sort of actual defining characteristics of people, right? I mean, he seems to be looking specifically for Voidsent that, for whatever reason, have actual sort of emotions and or, you know, proper sort of characteristics that you would typically associate with people that are more than mere mindless monsters, right? I just don't fully understand why he would do that. Like, why... How does he benefit from that, right? Because ultimately what he's then doing is just enabling them, right? I mean, he isn't really, or at least it seems like he's not specifically utilizing that. Like, ultimately the thing where he benefits, or the thing that he has been using, is just that because of their troubled past and because of their sort of, I guess, additional strength that they gain through their emotions and whatnot, they're potentially stronger Voidsent than others, but ultimately at the very end, at least currently, it seems that Golbez very much is just quote-unquote using their strength, right? So it's just that he's looking for these Voidsent with these specific pasts, because maybe he knows that that will grant him stronger allies? But I still think there's more to that. Somehow I think that, I don't know, that there is like more that he would be able to gain from that rather than just... Let's actually use the Ethernet chart now. Rather than just their strength. But then again, at the same time, they're kind of pretty fucked up, right? I mean, it's not like they would make for good leaders or something. If he... Let's just potentially, or hypothetically say that he might actually be trying to recreate a proper world out of the 13th somehow, then looking for these specific people doesn't actually seem to be a good idea, right? Because they're, like, mentally so fucked up because of their past that I don't think they would make for any sort of great leader or something, right? It literally just gives them more potential in terms of strength. Not in any other regard. Huh. I don't know, am I overlooking something? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's cool. I like that. I don't know where this is going. So, oh, that actually looks pretty funny. See what's going to happen now. Thank you so much for finding me. I hope the knowledge I had to share was worthy of our agreement. More than worthy, I'd say. How did you come to know the Archfiends? My other selves lived quite disparate lives, both as mortals and Voidsent, though I suppose it is rather fortuitous that they crossed paths with such powerful Voidsent. But more importantly, what they could offer was worthy of our bargain. For that, I am glad. All that remains now is for us to rejoin and become whole again. Let's see what this creates. Huh? Is this not all of me? Are you still missing a piece? There can be no other explanation. There is still more of me lost out there somewhere. But I don't sense them. Where could they have gone? You mean there's more of them wandering about? By the sisters. At the very least, if what you say is true, they pose no threat to the people. Until the others can be found, we will keep these 5 under our care. Should I sense the others nearby, I hope we can count on you to find them too. Alright. Well, that does mean that this quest is going to continue, I guess. So, once we actually fought other archfiends, I guess they're going to be talking about them as well. Would you tell us of your recent ventures when you next return? I promise to make it worth your while. You needn't worry about these Voidsent. Not a one shall escape my sight. It's actually a pretty cool way to tell us about the pasts of, like, Barbaricia and whatnot, right? Because it wouldn't have really fit with the pacing of the main story. So it's very cool that they, like, do that in a side quest. I very much enjoyed this quest. It's very cool. And, as I said, it's also pretty interesting and pretty cool that they will continue this in the future. But yeah, I don't know. It also leaves behind this, not really confusion, but certainly a sense of, still having a bunch of unanswered questions, right? Well, anyways, let's go and talk to Tataru. Let me actually see. Journal. Where the hell would those quests even be? That was after Shadowbringers, actually. I completely forgot that that quest was there. Man, there's so many quests here, holy shit. There it is, Small Business, Big Dreams. Tataru's Grand Endeavor. You are hailed by Megina, freshly apprenticed to the proprietress of Taru's boutique. The young woman has barely begun to beg your assistance in her employee's new endeavor when Tataru herself arrives with a flourish to explain her grand plan, to build trade relationships with allies across the star for the good of all. With little choice but to accept your role of impromptu salesman, you soon find yourself sent off to Limsa Laminsa with several sacks of product samples in tow. Alright, now I remember we went everywhere and told them about Tataru's plan. Aboard the Astalicia, Sigurd is more than happy to accept Tataru's apparel samples in return for a promise to show them off wherever the bloody executioner's journeys takes them. In fact, as this aligns so perfectly with his crew's newfound purpose of delivering precious cargo to distant shores, he also offers to seek out new destinations for Tataru's wares, in exchange for an exclusive shipping contract, of course. He is certain that he will find Manalaine both willing and able to assist in locating potential buyers, and no amount of gil is worth intervening in that relationship. So you simply take him at his word and inform Tataru of your success by name pearl. You travel to the Black Shroud, where you approach Gridania's best source of gossip, Mother Miyun. She advises you that Arun Senna has been making frequent trips to the Ixali and Sophic settlements lately, and thus the most suitable place to waylay him may be the Blue Badger Gate. With Miyun's guidance, you succeed in ambushing Arun Senna with your samples. Unexpectedly, he takes to the idea of importing wares from abroad immediately, citing a newly improved understanding of the world and his place in it. With assurances that he will contact Tataru shortly, he makes for the Lotus Stand to seek the approval of the Elder Seatsia in establishing mercantile ties. The last stop of your journey, for now, is Ul'dah, where you seek out Pippin at the Colosseum. He too accepts Tataru's wares without hesitation, expounding upon his hopes to outfit the Immortal Flames with armaments beloved and inspiring. He does, however, insist on offering Tataru something in return for his samples, settling, after some consideration, on a necklace that he but recently acquired. It transpires that the accessory once belonged to Tataru's mother, and the erstwhile coin-keeper has long searched for it in vain. Alas, it is currently in a state of utter disrepair, so you conspire with Pippin to see it reborn ere presenting it to your friend. Samples seen safely into the hands of your allies, you return to Old Sharlayan. You find Medjna and Varsarut eager to assist in restoring Tataru's heirloom, suggesting that you use materials acquired from the boutique's new trading partners in its crafting. For her part, Tataru is gratified to hear of the early success of her endeavor, and pleased to learn that those who joined the Ilsapart contingent are the better for it. She promises more opportunities for you to represent the boutique abroad and forge ties that will serve all the Star's people in the days to come. Alright. I wonder where this is going next. Are we just going to venture to more places, like Ishgard and whatnot, or... Or is there somebody in a wedding dress standing here? Is that the wedding dress? I think it might be. Soaring Profits. Oh, right, I completely forgot. The Sky Pirates, they were in the trailer as well, right? That's really cool, though. That does mean I don't know, was this part of the patch notes? I mean, that does mean that you have to have done the Void Arc questline for these quests, right? Why, hello there! Your arrival could not have been more timely. Mistress Tataru has but just left instructions for another batch of deliveries. She sends her regards, of course. Today she is in Idleshire for business with Ravina's House of Splendors, oh god. And tomorrow we'll no doubt find her in some other far-flung corner of the realm. We mustn't be outdone. This time our samples are destined for 2 organizations in Coerthis, an arrangement made possible by none other than Master Sika. He contacted his dear friend Lord de Manolane de Forton, who was kind enough to spread word of the boutique to his own contacts across Ishgard. It hardly took any time for the first letter of interest to reach us, and once these samples have been delivered, that interest will be piqued to a passion. Or so I have been assured. Lord de Manolane has insisted he will take care of all the particulars and bid me convey with enthusiasm and he looks forward to accompanying you on the deliveries. Oh my god. Okay. Now then, regarding that secret mission of ours... Ooh, that looks beautiful. A gorgeous sapphire, is it not? Oh, and make a beautiful necklace once restored, a keepsake of not only Mistress Tataru's mother, but that of her many friends and allies from across the realm. I'm confident that someone of your experience has a most discerning eye for mementos. Bring back anything you think will make a worthy addition. Oh, that's really cool. So, over the course of our journeys, we will basically put together a new necklace for Tataru, I'd imagine, that has all the sort of memories and bits and pieces of everywhere we've been in it. That's a very beautiful idea. And And with that, I will leave these samples in your capable hands and eagerly await your safe return. Alright, so we have to go to Ishgard. Still my favorite city. Quest Market does remind me that I still need to do the crafting relics, actually. Alright, let's meet Amanda Lane then. There you are. Oh boy! 'Tis good to see a rosy glow in your cheeks, considering that dreadful business with the imminent destruction of mankind, the end of times and whatnot. Yes, indeed. Who better to distribute exquisite arms and accoutrements? Yeah, something like that. Than a bona fide hero such as yourself? Well, I have two parties with simply ravenous interest in your products, dear chap. The first of whom so happens to be rather exquisite herself, my dearest lady Lania... How do you pronounce that? Laniette. Laniette, right? That's the one from the Jeweled Crozier, right? Be so good as to precede me to her rose house. I shall be along promptly, of course, just as soon as I'm coiffed and powdered. Alright, you do that. At least he's always, you know, happy and enthusiastic. Oh, no, never mind. I mistook her for... Right, that's the... that's the soldier he always wanted to... I confused her with this woman. Yeah. Yeah, that's the woman that Amanda Lane has had an eye for the longest time, but she kind of brushes him off every time because he's so, well, you know, I don't want to say annoying, but he's very much, well, then again, I mean, he has proven himself a bit more in the past, so maybe she's taking a little bit more of an interest in him now. Hi, it's been a while. Well met. It's good to see you hale and whole. Thank you for personally making the trip. I know your obligations are many. Truth be told, your arrival could scarce have had better timing. While our erstwhile troubled relations with the Vanu improved by the day, we have been forced to reconsider our current munitions due to recent incidents of... I have come, my darling Blossom. Behold the man Elaine, the executioner, here to smite your foes with ruthless ardor. Oh, God. Oh, boy, what the fuck? That's not being powdered. What is that outfit? Well, I strike a rather smashing silhouette, do I not? Why, Sickert could not have found a better man to give these samples to. Surely such splendid armor could be put to better use than fashion, Lord Mannerlane. Could I not prevail upon your better senses to relinquish that gear to those who might appreciate its practicality? Far be it from me to deny any request of yours, Lady Lanyard. Only I must confess that I may have slightly exaggerated Sickert's generosity in the matter of gifting these. Ah, you mean to say you borrowed them? No doubt without his knowledge or consent. Oh, he always fucks up, doesn't he? And why should I have expected otherwise? Friends may forgive, but it bears repeating that your clients deserve at least a modicum of professionalism. You do have other clients, don't you? Oh, of course I have, and of no little celebrity at that. You remember the Redbills, of course? I do indeed. I mean, they did help us with the, procurement of whatever that thing was that we needed for the ship, for the spaceship. The Sky Pirates. That an experienced adventurer should know them hardly surprises me, but how does a privileged son of House Forton come to make their direct acquaintance? 'Twas a happy coincidence of ale and circumstance, I assure you. As he here can attest, an unbiased range of social contacts is the essential arsenal of not just adventurers, but any gentleman of consequence. Unbiased is all very well, but Sky Pirates are precisely the problem I was speaking of earlier, before we were interrupted. Recently, self-proclaimed Sky Pirates have been marauding trading vessels with troubling audacity. Even the Sky Steel Manufactory has reported stolen property at the hands of these ruffians. Troubling news indeed, though I cannot imagine fellows as amicable as our Redbills could be responsible. Still, if we should hear aught of it, I shall send word directly. Now then, off we trot to the infamous Parrock. I have been told to seek out a certain red standard upon cold wind. How the pulse quickens. Oh boy. I fear, unfortunately for Mannerlane, he still has a long, long way to go to actually impress Lanyard. Lanyard? How the fuck do you pronounce her name? How the fuck is he standing with that outfit? This looks rather promising, would you say? I leave the rest to your uncanny sense of direction, old boy. To the Parrot we go. Ah. Void Arc still making its rounds, I see. Well then. Flight to the Parrot. It's been a while. Holy hell, we've never really been, like, they were part of the end of the Endwalker MSQ, but other than that, I haven't been here or interacted with them in any shape or form since Heavenswood, which is crazy. Well, well, if you ain't the very picture of health, saving the staff from complete annihilation didn't tax you over much then, eh? Huh. It's been a while indeed. Let me guess. It was not compared to all the bowing and scraping required of the mercantile genteel. Don't tell me this dandy is what wooed you from the life with sweet nothings of financial comfort. Leofard, my good man, you know as well as I that the only one wooing him into anything is yourself. Don't think your interest in our mutual friend here escaped my notice. Your aim all along was less about armaments than it was an audience with him, was it not? Not bad for a dandy. I might have had my sights on a touching reunion between him and myself, but that's not to say I won't be needing those samples. See, I've a job that could right benefit from both your keen senses and those pieces you've brought me, so long as they're half the quality of what a Manolane is showing off in the outhouses anyway. I can count on your participation, yes. You'll be duly compensated, of course. Just name your price. Hearts of a necklace? For Tataru herself, eh? I'd have preferred something you might make use of. But far be it from me to dictate what a man does with his booty. If that's your recompense, I'll see what I can do. Now that we have you on board, allow me to elaborate. It seems another band of petty thieves has been masquerading as sky pirates and harrying honest traders as of late. So, you've heard of them. Aye, these so-called monstrous cockatoos don't exactly strike fear in the heart of men, but they're being a right nuisance, and now they've gone and made things personal. Cockatoos? You remember the Ramil, don't you? The captain's old airship? Well, after what happened in Dunescaith, we've been commissioning the finest airship parts from across the realm for the construction of her successor, only to have those cockapert nincompoops pillage the very Skysteel manufacturing vessel that was carrying our precious cargo. The nerve of some people, eh? Makes me mouth water. Of course, once the cockatoos realized whose property they pilfered, they flew into a panic and holed up in Idleshire after stashing the goods somewhere. This is where you and your samples come in. We want you to take Leofard and... Before you spill the rest, Stacia, let's make sure our friend here is still up for a spot of fouling. How about it then? Huh. My most intelligent teal is at your service. I knew I was right to call you. Those downy ducklings won't know what blackthorn... Quite so. With him returned and our crew complete, victory over these ne'er-do-wells is most certainly assured. By the by, would you have any terrible objections if I informed the Rose Knights of your designs upon these charlatans? The Knights are affiliated with House Halenart, you see, and thus have particular interest in recovering the contents of that Skysteel vessel. I know my darling, the most capable Lady Lynette simply will not rest until she has brought these scoundrels to justice. Can't say it's an alliance I've ever considered, and so long as I get all the cockatoo I'm due, our knights most thorny are welcome to catch and cage, as they see fit. Splendid. Lady Lynette shall be very glad to hear of it, overjoyed even. Yes, she may simply be unable to contain her unbounded delight. I must away. Oh, God. Yeah, but not delight towards you, Manolane. He's already gone. Not awaiting us in Idleshire, but danger and subterfuge. But such is more tempting to our ilk than lovely knights, eh? Let's be off. I'll explain the rest of our gambit once we get there. Forgot the way Kite Sith is actually walking. Oh, we're just going here. Well, that's nice, I guess. I, for one, am most indignant by how well he looks.
Between Leofard hoarding all the shiny baubles and Kitesith coveting all the maps and scrolls, the Red Bulls ain't been selling much in the way of treasure lately. To be frank, we're flat broke. Sure, restoring the good name of Sky Pirates is a matter of pride, but we simply can't afford to lose those airship pods.
Who's the Danny now, you ask? I reckon my reputation precedes me in these parts, and the legendary Red Bull Leofard ain't known for talks like these. Though I could get used to this. Comfortable, practical, and with a sense of style to boot. Ain't often you find that wholly tried in battle gear. Quite the line you're touting. Which brings us to your role in my master plan. Well, it ain't easily laying low in a motley place like Idleshire. These cockle cowards have been managing it well enough. So to lure 'em out, we're going to spread savory rumors of a black market merchant looking to fence fine contraband for even finer coin. That's you. Oh, I didn't oh. Yeah, he's looking very different than usual. What the fuck is that outfit even? It looks really cool. Just strike up a chat with any adventurers or peddlers that seem like to share hearsay. I'll be playing you and some bodyguards, so rest assured I've got your back. Master? I've taken the liberty of preparing you guys. It ain't as flattering as Leofard's, but you should fit the part nicely in this. Huh. Alright, he will be accompanying me, and I guess I'm also going to change my appearance? Yes. I really like that when they're doing that for quests. Oh, we look the part, don't we? Like a sleazy manipulator of rumors. Very cool. Alright. This gear fits me surer than a glove. I only wish I could wear my own scarf with it. How each Red Bull wears their scarf is their business. Whether they sport it outright or keep it tucked away has no bearing on their rank or allegiance. I don't ask on principle, but I'll admit that I'm dreadfully curious as to where you keep yours. Honestly, I completely forgot about that. Right, that's where you get that from. I mean, it's in my glamour dresser, I'm pretty sure. But I completely forgot that that was in a glamour you get from that quest line. Right, and it's also connected to... You know, maybe my summoner book is a bit too easy to see. Huh, I completely forgot about that. I like how he mentions the fact that it's probably buried somewhere in our arsenal. Blueberry Pancake. Interesting name. Approachable adventurer. Contrabandists? Well, I do know of some Skies pirates new to town, and just the other day I overheard them discussing their latest windfall. Ah, yes, just the sort of enterprising folk we're looking for. You think you could help us pin them down? I'll do what I can. I'm no stranger to Sky Pirates, so I'll ask around. Alright. With the way we look, however, I don't know, we don't exactly look all that, how can I put this? Trustworthy. Distinguished merchant. Imagine yourself, are you? Perhaps I'm overstepping, but consider this friendly advice. Seeking out sky pirates dressed in such stereotypical garb is akin to dangling a sign from your neck reading, "Purge my purse."
Oh, the righteous rat-bills may pity you, dear sir, but few else. Righteous? Righteous ain't never been to me liking, mate. Was can't abide them reprobates, which don't honor the creed of sky pirating. Or, so you can imagine Red Bull Leofeld might say, hey. Very slick. Not that it's any matter of ours. Anyhow, should you find someone looking to offload dubiously obtained merchandise, send them our way, will you? If you insist. But don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, do we have optional conversation points? No, we don't. Where is that exactly? One of the cobalt smithies thingies here. It's in here, isn't it? Jovial busy dealer. Yes, Gobby, I catch you such sky stealers. Sky stealers come to claim busy deal at Craftforge, but bring no trade goods for jingly shine. Great laugh joke for Gobby merchants. Sky stealers leave with Grumface. Gobby does not understand why uplanders wish to trade tongue flaps with Grumface sky stealers, but happy to hand lend for more laugh jokes. Much obliged. And all goes to plan, we'll have you laughing joking over the story hypes for summers to come. Great happiness? For goodly uplanders, Gobby shares one more laugh joke. Sky Stealers whine cry about calling strong friend as they shame run. Friend may be strong, but Sky Stealer brain cases are still air light. The fuck? I absolutely adore the way they're talking. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to follow, especially if you read it out loud, but it's just funny as fuck. Alright. See if we can find who's dealing with stolen goods here. Man, I still remember how absolutely blown away I was when I first got the Midgardsormr mount. I think that was the second mount I got, right? Isn't it the second mount that you typically get? Well, maybe the third one. Because you also get the flying chocobo, right? Guess we're trying to observe. So, are we the talk of the town yet? As far as I can tell, you're strong contenders, perhaps second only to rumors about a mysterious intimidator who's cast their lot in with the cockatoos. Only natural that those sniveling whelps hired a browbeater, but what thickhead willingly courts the rank of Rectal Leofard? Well, I suppose a few names come to mind, but no matter. Our plan proceeds as discussed. Let's take to the streets and wait for our clients to come crawling, eh? Oh, there. Are you the trader looking to chaffer with the monstrous cockatoos? Why would you willingly name yourself Monstrous Cockatoos? Chaffer? With cracks like you? Fury and me, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. That voice! Rectal Leofard! As you live and breathe. Not for long, though. If you don't hand over what you and your dicky bird stole... Lost all you like, Rat-Bill, but you ain't getting the better of us this time. We've treated with a sky pirate that'll crush you to promise. Promise. And there you were thinking this would ever be so simple, were you not, my dear Leofard? Oh. Hi, beautiful. It's been a while. I don't even remember what happened to her at the end. Weren't they working together? Not in the slightest. I was thinking surely Rodlia and her talons would never sink so low as to become lackeys to a lackey, but here you are. I might even start to pity you. And that is where you consistently underestimate me, Red-Bill. I would stop at nothing to realize my desires. Or were the sweet memories we made together in Dunskies not enough to convince you of that? But I suppose I might be willing to overlook your stubborn indifference and return those stolen Asher parts you so desperately seek, if you would but call me your captain. Wait, what? That's what she wants? Does she actually... She does know us, right? Is she not recognizing me? Complete Naship means more to me than you'll ever understand. I ain't leaving here without me stolen goods. They're worth recovering, that is. You there, Cocolorum. You didn't leave that plunder in winter-spected territory, did you? Of course you did. Head's as empty as a tossbox tankard. Those Asher pods are embedded with highly calibrated corrupted crystals. Put them in any contact with wind sprites and they're no better than glorified scrap. Wait a moment. He said contact, didn't he? How many wind sprites go contacting the rock formations on Provenance, eh? It'll be fine. And now we know where they are. Fucking idiot. Tata, I've got hands on an airship, yes? Take her to Provenance and go pick up our stolen goods. Some genius hid them under a rock. You were bluffing? Obviously. Don't make me doubt your intelligence, Rodlia. What airship needs parts that can handle a little wind? Doubt what you'd like, Leofard. I hardly need bloody airship bits to beat you into submission. Well... let me slip into something more comfortable. What the fuck? This actually reminds me of a scene. Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't recognize me? This actually reminds me of a scene of, those movies were silly as well. In case you know the Transporter movies with, what the fuck was his name? Jason Statham, right? Yeah. Those movies are, like, really silly action flicks, of course, right? They're not actually good movies, but they're kind of fun. And there's, like, a scene where he, because he plays, like, a chauffeur, essentially, right? But one that's just insanely sort of strong and, you know, capable of just beating up everybody, basically. And there is a scene where, like, three people are trying to, I think, either just kill him or take his car or whatever. And he just holds out his hand and says, wait a moment. I don't know what he says exactly, but it's something along the lines of, my suit's freshly cleaned or something, right? And then he just
they just stand there, mouth open, right? And he just, takes his time. He takes off his suit or his jacket rather, and then they start fighting. Which is arguably it's a really funny scene. It's just reminded me of that. Wait a second, let me slip into some more comfortable clothes. You say, as in the... since when was he a friend of the Red Bills? Surprise. Seems I'm not the only one whose name is worth something in these parts. I'm still prettier, though. Well then, sweet cockatoos, let's get about cutting you up into cock-a-threes and fours, shall we? Red Bill by himself is one thing, but him here's something else. Ain't nothing for it, lads. Flee for your lives! Yeah, they're gone. So much for Monstrous. Let's leave him to the garrison. Ain't enough meat on their shivering bones to warrant the chase. True that. Rodlia. I reckon this was little more than a diversion to you, but surely you didn't think I'd fall to such a weak hand. All the more pity that you assumed those airship parts were the only pieces of value taken from me and mine. But no matter. It's time to make your allegiances clear. If you and your talents intend to continue this farce, then we'll have it out here now. Well? It seems I misjudged my prospects. I thought those simpletons might amount to more than sniveling turntails, but I've neither loyalty nor affection for a useless cockatoo. I suppose I shall have to content myself with this reunion in itself, but you will need more than clever bluffs to evade me next time. Of that you may be certain. Huh. That was, interesting end to the whole thing. We were standing by in case you needed help, but I'm glad it didn't come to fisticuffs. Sounds like it's only a matter of time before Radlia tries her luck again, and gods only know what she has in mind. While Sky Pirate... What was his voice? While sky pirating may prove profitable, villainy shall not. May the cockatoos never forget the lessons learned this day. Those were some fine samples, without question, but nothing beats wearing me on racks again. Till I head to the Parrot and wait for us in my chambers. We'll be along once I've spoken with our knights most thorny. Wait. And now we suddenly do need to teleport again? Sometimes I'm a little bit confused what they're doing with these quests. Like, they teleport you twice to specific places, but then now we suddenly have to teleport ourselves? I mean, it makes sense story-wise, obviously. But, yeah. Wait, what's the achievement in the current area? Oh, some fate I haven't done yet. At some point I'll actually have to do those. Well, it was definitely fun seeing them all again. Also, I just frickin' love this place. This looks so cool, doesn't it? I ain't never seen anyone able to rile up the captain quite so much as that little guy Seth. It's bloody talent, I tell you. Oh, wait, fuck, is this the exit? No. Wait. Landing gear? Man, I don't even remember how freaking huge this place was. Also, it just looks so awesome, right? With the, like, cogwheels and the way they've sort of built it up. Leo Fort's Chambers. Huh. It's actually been a while since we've been here, right? It's a really, really cool place. I don't fully remember how she was. She looks really beautiful. Huh. I actually don't remember. I should, shouldn't I? Man, this is such... The thing is with these Sky Pirates, this place is really unusual for 14, actually. It's pretty cool. Well, also the fact that I haven't been here in, what, 4 years or something? No, longer even. When did I do this quest chain? It must have been... definitely before Stormblood released. So... like... May 2017 or something? So over 5 years ago since I've been here. And I don't think that I was here since. Like, I've seen, I think, streamers go through this at some point, but beyond that, nothing else really. Well, Utata says all stolen property is accounted for and finishing touches on our airship proceed apace. And according to the Rose Knights, the cockatoos will be shipped off to the Diadem, where they can enjoy volunteering their services for the betterment of mankind. Oh god, those poor souls. Speaking of which, Captain, what is to become of the miscellanea recovered from the cockatoo's hoard? I am sure House Halenard will lay claim to their possessions, but as for the appurtenances of our origins unknown... Warren up us. I don't pocket any chiggambop I find like some petty foister. We'll track down their rightful places soon enough, if my prediction holds. Is that you? Tataru! Ooh, who's that? It is, and you look quite as surprised as I feel to think we'd meet here among the clouds. And Sky Pirates. I was just finishing up my affairs in Idleshire when who should come asking for me but Red Bull Leofard? Quite a thrilling twist to my day, I'll have you know. How did the Manlin put it? She's got her fingers in more pies than a high street baker. When I got wind she was in Idleshire, I felt like slum and fate not to enlist her expertise. Well, I'm exceedingly glad you did, for I have returned triumphant. Allow me to present the famous traveling portraitist, Durimer. Oh, wait, is that the guy who paints the pictures you can buy? Portraitist? But of course. Among the recovered items were a number of singularly beautiful paintings. Oh, I'm relieved to hear it. When I heard which vessel had fallen prey to Sky Pirates, I thought those pieces would be lost forever. Is he the painter you can buy the stuff from? I don't remember him being that old. So you are yet another victim of the monstrous cockatoos. Still, a personal summons to the Parrot seems like the sort of social nicety to which the captain's normally intolerant. I believe my presence here may have another purpose entirely. You see, Leofard and I are old acquaintances. He commissioned me to paint a portrait, in fact. Oh. My beautiful daughter, Emile. She looks perfectly at home here. Wait, is that portrait new then? Maybe it wasn't even here before. I actually didn't remember. Oh, she's very beautiful. Holy fuck. I mean, it's also a very beautiful picture, but...
beautiful daughter. Aye, Turma is father to Lady Ramil, the gentlewoman who cared for Leothard as a lad. Oh, so that's his mother, basically. He abdicated all family affairs to his son when he became a practicing artist, but he's still a lord in lineage. You mean to say that the renowned portraitist Duramar is not only your grandfather, but a former lord as well? Oh, you must forgive my blithe introduction from earlier. Not to forgive, Mistress Tataru. On the contrary, I'm indebted to you for tracking him down so quickly. Thanks to you, this can happen just as I hope it might. Instructions about finish on our new airship, and I wanted you here when I christened her. The Ramil will fly again. Huh. My dear boy, celebrating your mother's life with you continues to be my great honor. When you hung a portrait here, when you named your first airship, I could see the vestiges of her love shining in your countenance then, just as it is now. I only hope you continue to realize her greatest wish for you, to live as free and unfettered as the sky itself. I know she would be very proud. Oh, it's actually a really cool end to the story. Bit like Herd and Curls, ain't it? Again, there's adventure and types all in one room, but well worth the effort, I'd say. Moments like these are meant to be shared. True. Right, I believe we've got a new airship to fly, and the open sky awaits. Ah, that's really cool. Now this is an airship. With how she handles, I could fly to the edge of existence and back without so much as a hiccup. Which I hear on good authority, or whatever authority a Manolane is when he's in his cups, you have literally done. I reckon I've never been such equal parts awed and envious. Oh, I'll assume the invitation was simply lost by a post-mogul. I mean, at least your help does, so... Nay, all in candor. I'm certain there are some skies only meant for your eyes. Escapades surpassing even my wildest imaginings. So, chart the ends of eternity and horizons filled with peril. Just don't think you've seen the last of what wonders these have untold. I'll come find you again before long, and I'll bring everything I always promised. A thrilling, heady rush of high adventure. Honestly, that sounds one of the best promises that I've heard in a while. Not that the rest of my adventures were, anything but thrilling in and of themselves, but, would be really, really cool to have more adventures with these guys, honestly. They're a really, really cool bunch. Though farewell may be bitter sorrow, know that it is but fodder for reunions most gay. No need to get mawkish, fellow. It ain't as if he's dropping off the face of the star. Not permanently, anyhow. I was gonna say, I was kind of gone for a while. We'll meet again soon enough, although Kite Sith is liable to mope like a damned kitten till we do. Honestly, Kite Sith is so cool, right? Aw, man, I hope these guys are part of another quest at some point. I don't know, maybe... I wonder if these quests are leading to something, but then again, I don't know, they kind of have to, right? I don't think they would be doing these Tataru quests if it didn't lead to something big at the end. Like, in a way, it's certainly there to establish sort of the fact that
the whole world is more connected now, and everybody's sort of aware of everything, and we have this huge network of people that all can help each other, right? But at the same time, I do really, really hope that this leads to some other grand adventure where everybody will be coming along someday, right? I mean, as much as I love the Scions, but we've been doing so much stuff with them, right? That I wish there would be, I don't know, like a series of dungeons, for example, with a really, really cool story attached to them where we don't have the Scions with us, but rather, Kite Sith and, well, maybe not necessarily Manolane, but you get the idea, right? Just a whole bunch of really, really cool people that otherwise don't really do much these days. I expect these parts will be free of half-baked brigands for a time yet. But should you ever find yourself in need of a red belt, don't hesitate to call. Thank you. 'Tis no small comfort knowing our ships may distribute their wares in safety. As for you, we'll be in touch. I hope we will. Don't make me wait another 5 years. Well, that was invigorating. Why, I'd love nothing more than to catch our collective breath over a cup of tea. Business calls me to Ishgard. No rest for the enterprising and talented, as they say. Shall we, Durima? Might I persuade you to accompany us? I should very much like to hear of your adventures. Painting subjects I find personally inspiring is a particular credo of mine. I dare say you've brushed shoulders with more than a few individuals of note. Yeah, sounds about right. Thank you for indulging an old man's eccentricities. Now then, perhaps you could begin with the adventures you shared with Leofard and his crewmates. I would very much like to. Oh. What did they drop off now? Wait, was... Leofard intentionally offloaded this in our direction, yes? Or whatever could it be? Show of goodwill from the Red Bills. Is that a part from the Voyark? Wait, what? Or is it just a casing for something else? Oh, that's right. When Leofard spoke to me about finding Durima, he did mention sending something along in things. Well, I would make quite the sight lugging this around to all my meetings, so might I ask you to hold on to it for the time being? I trust you not to run off with my share of the reward. A gift from the notorious Red Bills. You know, they're a rather nice sort of sky pirate, don't you think? They really are. Even including... What's her name? The beautiful blonde. Oh boy. A bright and energetic young lady is your employer. I hope shepherding me back to Ishgard did not delay her business over long. The tales you shared on the journey here were beyond anything I could have anticipated. Never ever heard such inspiring episodes of daring-do. Though I may not know them personally, I find myself fascinated by the individuals you described, the comrades and acquaintances of your journeys. Yes, I believe I shall remain in the capital to paint for a time. Should you desire a portrait, I would happily part with it for the cost of its supplies. Find me here, and we can make the arrangements. Wait, we can buy portraits from him?
I look forward to taking up my brush. Let us speak again once you have fulfilled your current obligations. Can we actually get portraits from him? I always absolutely love when they do that, right? When you have this... With most side quests in this game, there's always something you get. Either it's a minion or a housing item. I mean, that's so cool, right? That there are these things that a lot of people just might not be aware of that they actually exist. Welcome back. I just received word from Mistress Tataru. What's this about portraitists and sky pirates? Red Bill Leothard gave you this for the necklace. It seems to be a leather strap of sorts, and an antiqued one at that. Wait a moment. I recognize this design from my studies. Is this a relic of the ancient city of Mark? It is said that Marky sorcerers would weave these cords with magics to make them unbreakable. You'd be hard-pressed to find better material for a necklace. Oh, Mistress Tataru will be so delighted. She chatted endlessly about how pleased she was to know the Red Bills and what sorts of products might prove useful to our daring new friends. And the Rose Knights have already placed an order for the garrison, so all in all, I believe our latest endeavor was a brilliant success. As always, we shall be on the lookout for new areas of opportunity, so I hope we can count on you to serve as our charming emissary again. In fact, I believe Mistress Tataru will insist upon it. Until next time. You may now purchase portraits from Durma by speaking to him in Ishgard. That's so cool! Man, that's so awesome. I like this quest much more than the first one. I mean, the first one obviously wasn't bad, but the thing is, the first one, we kind of just met people that we met throughout Endwalker anyways, right? Sika and so on and so forth, Aru and Senna. And while that was cool, and it was a good way of, I think, establishing a sort of quest line, it did feel a little bit, it felt a little bit like it just didn't have this sort of really big purpose to it, right? I mean, well, I guess the last part was better. The way the quest ended with Pippin and the fact that we started to build this necklace for Tataru, that was pretty cool. But otherwise, the first quest was... I don't know, it felt like this weird follow-up to the main story of Endwalker, but without much purpose in and of itself. But now, not only do I see where these quests are going, but this was really, really awesome, right? To actually meet with people that sort of on the sidelines were part of the Endwalker quest as well, but only in sort of appearance, right? We didn't actually talk to them or anything. And especially with bringing Kite Sith back and whatnot, this was really, really cool, right? I mean, I always say it, and I say it again, the way they reintroduce these characters, or not reintroduce, but no matter how or who you meet in this game, you can be sure you meet them a second time, right? At least. And that is, it might be 5 years down the line, but it'll eventually happen, right? And that is so awesome. That is so, so awesome. It's so great. And it's just this, I don't know, it makes the world feel like such a great place, right? These Sky Pirates, they're off doing their own thing, and they're building another airship and whatnot, right? Their life goes on as much as anybody else's, right? And I don't know, something about that is just, it just makes you smile, right? It's this knowledge of all these people, actually, they live their lives, they're happy, they're doing the thing they love doing, and oh, it's so great.
it's so awesome to get to see that, right? And to get to meet them again, and especially since it was such a sort of light-hearted meeting, right? With all the doom and gloom that's usually going on in either the main quest or, even the side quests with, be it Bosja or, the city of Mark, and, it's always about these either grand nations that have fallen or, I don't know, whatever it is, it's always sad and gloomy and whatnot. So I really, really enjoy these quests that are more upbeat and actually show you the good side of their lives, right? And what they're up to in their actual free time now that, the end of the world has been averted. Alright, so before I continue with Emelian's, let me actually go back to Ishgard and check out what kind of posters we can buy from him. Or pictures, rather. I wonder if they're just... usually they are things that you can put into picture frames, right? I guess. Portraitist. Oh, there are these pictures. Oh, that's a lovely picture of Tataru, isn't it? Right. Didn't they show them off in... Was it in the lifestyle? I guess it must have been. Or was it in the patch notes? Somewhere they showed these new portraits of everybody. Oh, they're actually quite expensive. Holy shit. Okay, so these are literally just wall-mounted pictures of the Scions, I guess. A commissioned portrait of a Stoller Rule entitled Beyond Gloam's Veil. Well then, let's buy these things. Love and Loss. A commissioned portrait of Thancred Waters entitled Love and Loss. Uriange Urugel. Augurelt entitled Wherewith We Learn. Tataru Business's Pleasure. Alfino Lavalier, Scion of Wisdom. Alisei, Sign of Valor. Kryl Baldassian, Discernment. And Grahatir, Adventure Calls. Where the hell's Justinian, though? I feel like we're getting more of these eventually, though. Oh, by the way, let me actually double-check my Unending Codex. Did we get, new entries? Actually we didn't. It's a bit of a shame. Sometimes wish they would expand that. I know it's, an item that's mainly supposed to be for the main story, I guess, but it would be cool if, these side stories expanded it as well. So this is where you get them from. The problem is I don't think I can actually put them up in my house because I only have 3 slots left or something. That being said, I have to redecorate my house anyways because it actually it's kind of unfinished. Alright. That being said, before I return to my house, let me, let's complete Emelian's quests. Need to turn in 3 more etheroconductive mammoths. I actually don't fully know. Does it always change to the last thing, or is the, once you complete it, is it random what kind of item I'll need next? Because I guess I won't be immediately buying the last materials then? Because I can't be quite sure whether or not I actually need them. So let's just buy 3 mammoth parts for now. I think eventually I'm probably going to be needing 3 of these, but let's just start with these for now. Let's just sit down over here real quick. Custom liveries, chameleons, damn it. What? Oh. Huh? Oops. This should be quite quick. Nice. Number 1. Honestly, it would probably make more sense to start with the unacquired stack, but and again, it doesn't matter all that much. Because I'm not actually using the bonus progress thing that the first action gives me. Alright. Well, let's bring out these. These quests, I was just looking over, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours already. Quests took quite a bit longer than I anticipated, but that was also due to the fact that I was standing there literally speculating about how the story continues for like an hour. Which I like to do, obviously. I was gonna say, I could do like an expert roulette after, but I don't think I'll actually be doing that because, well, first of all, I don't need the tomes, but second of all, I probably want to keep the reset for tomorrow because I want to buy the tome weapon tomorrow for my summoner because I have the materials upgraded for the 630 version, which would be quite beneficial not only for reclears but also for P8 proc later on. Alright, let's turn in 3 of the mammoths. Fear not, I merely jest. Besides the paperwork alone, I think this is different, right? Would surely strike fear, even on Fortunal's heart. Oh, but listen to me prattle on while Mila prepares to return home to Thavnir. I shall be helping with preparations. It pains me that she must leave, but it's for the best. Wait, why does... what? Did I miss something? Why is she leaving? Or is she already done with her studies? Lady Emelians, Merrild, and you, though my time in Charlian was short, full glad I am that I was able to spend it with you. There are no words with which I can adequately express my gratitude. My, how time flies. Seems like it was only yesterday you first walked through those doors. I will miss you dearly, Mila, but I know all too well how your parents must be feeling. I know I've said it many times, but please let me say it once more. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart.
Countless students, myself included, never would have been able to study abroad if not for your support. I can scarcely imagine how my studies would have turned out had it not been for the amazing resources you and Lady Amelian's prepared. I guess she actually is already finished with her studies then, huh? And while I don't quite have something to offer as thanks, I do have something to show you. Here I go. Now collapse, just as I practiced. My word! You've learned to control it with such finesse. Oh, I can do more than that. Mila, when did you learn to wield healing magics like that? Oh, but that is beside the point. This is the fruit born of your hard work, and I could not be proud of you. It fills me with such joy to hear you say those words. But I must give credit where credit is due. I have him to thank for all of this wonderful supplies. The professors at the studium for the patient instruction, and you most of all, Lady Amelians, for always believing in me. There is something you should know. I have decided to pursue alchemy when I return home. By studying the art of spellcraft, I feel that I have come to understand the advantages and disadvantages inherent between the two disciplines. It was when I first came to this realization that an idea sprung to mind. What if I were to master both? I could compensate for the weaknesses of one with the strength of the other, and help even more people that way. What I'm trying to say is, once I finish my training with alchemy, I will return here. This I promise you, Lady Amelians. So, when that day comes, may I visit you again? Mila, you hardly need ask. It's a promise. There was just one other matter. Everyone in the house came together to prepare a parting gift for you. I do hope you like it. It's gonna be more garments, or she looks like I'll say now. Oh, they are. Ooh, holy fuck, that's really beautiful. God, these clothes, they're so beautiful I could cry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She actually looks much more adult now with those, right? Like she's really grown up. As a master artisan, what do you think? Do they suit me? I am thrilled, if not a touch relieved, that you like it. I pray it serves as a lasting reminder of your time here. Oh, I could never forget anything about this place. Not the people I've met, nor the memories I've made, all of it. I will treasure forever. Miss Milladine, I'm afraid the time of your ship's departure draws near. We had best be setting off. I knew this moment would come, but even so, I'm not ready to bid farewell. And after receiving such a lovely gift. Everyone, I will miss you all so much. And you, Mila. Safe travels, and know that we will always be thinking of you. May your journey in life be one full of love and laughter, self-same gifts you gave to all of us. Thank you, Lady Emelians. I will do my best. Until we meet again. This was a very lovely quest line. I mean, they always are, but I don't know. It's just had this sort of personal note that is always very touching. Hey, more cookies. Honorary Scion of House Levelier. Wait, it wasn't before? Through your efforts, the academic homestead program in Old Charlian was a resounding success. It seems, however, that Emelians has a new favor to ask of you. It never gets easier watching them leave. You can only hope you've done enough to prepare them for what will come next. I should not burden you with such musings, certainly not when I have good news to share. Several homestead families have informed me that the students in their care were able to finish their studies in Charlian and return home safely, an accomplishment we could not have achieved without you. Our success here has inspired me to look beyond Charlian's borders. There is no time for idleness, not when there are still children who lack for opportunities to better themselves. Which is not to say I will be refusing more students for academic homestead. Far from it. Though it would be something of a shock for Alphino and Alice to find what they believe to be a stranger boarding in our home. And if Fortuno were to find out, well, I must simply see to it that he doesn't. How did you even hide Mila from him? Is he so busy still? Now, before I forget, I do hope you like the attire we made for Mila, because I have another set being prepared for you as we speak. Naturally, we needed to finish hers first, but yours will be ready shortly. While we're on the subject of dress, I would ask a favor of you, but please, not a word of this to anyone. If you happen upon any garments you think may suit me in your travels, I should like to borrow them, if only for a short while, and if they would put Fortuno to the blush, all the better. Okay. Alright, so they were aware of the fact that people would potentially put her in, let's say, a bit more revealing clothing. They made that canon by saying that she wants to be dressed in a way that makes Fortuno blush. Alright. I see what you did there, Square Enix. Future requests will be selected at random from all those you've seen thus far, with the list refreshed once a week. Alright, same thing as always. Furthermore, Emelians' appearance may now be altered through the use of glamours. Didn't know that was already possible without having done the last quest, but... Welcome, welcome. I was just thinking of you. You will stop by when time permits, yes? I've grown quite accustomed to your visitations, and it puts my heart at ease to know you're well. Alright. So we can give her 3 more kills. How did this work again? I've never actually glamored any of the custom deliveries people. I wanted to at some point, but I don't know. I always feel like... Yeah, first of all, one thing that I always found weird is that you can only glamour them with stuff that you actually have in your inventory, which is quite annoying, because obviously there's a bunch of stuff probably in my glamour dresser that I'd have to take out and take with me, and so it's rather annoying to do this. But then I always also... I don't know, the outfits that they have on are their outfits, right? So, I don't know, glamoring them with anything just feels... I don't know. Just doesn't fit them all that well, I think. Though I'm not the biggest fan of her dress, I have to say that.
I mean, the sort of upper part is fine, but especially the bottom sort of... She looks... I mean, I guess she's not the youngest, to you know, put it that way, but she also isn't, like, old, right? So, I don't know, her dress is elegant, yet also... I feel like she could wear something that's a bit more stylish. Say it that way. But yeah, I don't think I'll be glamoring her. I mean, I haven't glamored all the others. Again, the issue being that I feel like glamoring them sort of removes their... a bit of their personality for me personally, I feel like, because it's just... I don't know, that's how they've always looked, right? That's her dress that she wears all throughout the MSQ, for example, so it's just... I don't know. I always connect these characters to how they look in general as well, right? I mean, it's especially with Atkarak, for example, in Idleshire. He specifically, like the funny headpiece that he wears, I think he wears the pig thing, right? Yeah, the pig costume thing. That's actually part of his story, right? And so, I don't know, like, glamoring him in a different way, I feel like actually removes something that makes him sort of special. I mean, obviously I could keep the pig head, but the rest of the stuff, right, with the golden coloring as well, I don't know. I get that a couple people probably make a couple of these look, you know, sexy or something. I mean, Kurenai especially, I've always liked. I mean, she's a red hair, right? But still, the funny thing is, I try to glamour her in not necessarily something sexy, but just in general something else, and it felt like it didn't fit her, right? Because she's also wearing, like, the red dress, right? And it just fits her so well. And she is part of the... I don't know if it's the main story, but she's part of the whole story that's associated with the not underground, but underwater dungeon, right? Like the princess's palace and whatnot. I don't know, something about that. That's her, right? That's how she looks. That's how she looks as sort of the princess of Sumino Sato, I think is what the place was called, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to glamour them. Yeah. Anyways, let's do the follow-up quest. So you actually do get glamour from this? Didn't realize that was a thing. But the clothes that she just gave to Mila, aren't they things that are already available? That's really, really cool, though. That they've stepped up their game massively with what you get for these quests as well, right? Because you actually, like, you got a mount, for example, with one of the Ishgard ones, like Ale 2, the dragon. You actually get as a mount as a reward for these quests. Master Percival, it is a pleasant surprise to see you. As ever, your timing is impeccable. Lady Emelians has entrusted me with a gift for you, a set of attire she hoped would be to your liking. Before relinquishing the clothing to you, I thought it prudent to make sure they are a proper fit. I am terribly sorry for the inconvenience, but may I trouble you to speak with the maidservant yonder? Sure. The gift is, of course, a token of Lady Emelians' appreciation for your deeds, but I should hope you will accept it as a sign of thanks from we servants as well.
And if I may say one more thing, please continue to look after Master Alphino and Lady Alice.
Of course. I think this is just a very short quest, though, of getting the attire right, yeah.
Greetings, Master Percival. I have your attire here. Lady Amelians has a sharp eye for measurements, but please allow me to confirm no other adjustments are needed. Yes. The shoulders should fit nicely, and the length of the sleeves should not prove to be an issue either. In other words, perfect. With that, I believe I've taken up quite enough of your time. On behalf of all the staff here at House Lavalier, I wish you safe travels.
Man, I really love what they give. Like these cool side notches, right? With the portraits and now with this attire. So much cool stuff that you get for these side quests. It is actually a whole set, holy shit. This might be a good opportunity to change my crafting gear, potentially. Oh, this looks awesome, holy fuck. This looks really elegant, doesn't it? Not necessarily a fit for all crafters, I would say. Could have been a good fit for, it doesn't actually dye the shirt that's underneath, though. Because I was thinking, right, this could be a cool fit for a red mage. But it might not be so easily combined with other stuff if it's, because it's basically 3 colors then, right? If it's actually kind of a shame that the shirt always stays white. It's just, so it's black without dyeing it, and if you dye it, it's always white. It's a little bit of a shame that it doesn't change color alongside the outer appearance. That would have been cool, I think. It doesn't change the fact that it looks really awesome. And these look really cool as well. Nice belt buckle. Just very elegant, right? I do like that it's sort of another elegant set, because the only other sort of thing with the tie, aside from the like there's that base groom jacket. Is it called the groom jacket? Don't know what its actual name is, but it's what you can wear as when you're going to well, no, you get a special one when you actually marry someone in game, right? But aside from that, there is the one that you can buy in Uldar, which does look elegant, but it also looks very basic, right? This looks a lot more sort of detailed, obviously also because it's a lot newer, right? The old one's from A Realm Reborn. But there aren't actually that many sets that also have include a tie and whatnot, right? I mean, there is the Scion outfit that you get at some point, but that looks more sort of very modern, whereas this looks more sort of old school elegant. And there is the Idleshire clothing, like the augmented Shire set, but that has this long coat for casters, right? So yeah, I appreciate this a whole lot more. Man, really cool. Alright, let's quickly craft the remaining 3 things for her. Etheroconductive quill. In theory, obviously it would make more sense to actually craft the bonus ones, but
I don't want to mess up the amount of crafts you need for the achievements, because they're always in... Because you're supposed to turn in 6 at a time, right? So they're always after 6. I honestly wonder why they don't make the last... the last level of the custom deliveries requires 6 items. I feel like that would make more sense. Oh, no, wait. They always require 6, but it would make more sense to require 9 so that it lines up with the final level up, right? Ah, whatever. Dun, 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 dun. God, the music. Music's just absolutely perfect here. Huh. So there's a blackboard as well. That's cool. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize this was 10 levels below. Ah, well. Well, that'll make the other 2 easier to craft, because you can just do this. Never realized that that doesn't even take away durability. It's kind of crazy. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know, something about this music, it's so calming, right? It's so beautiful. Just, in a weird way, it really relaxes your mind. I think making a mix out of this music, there probably is one on YouTube, I'd imagine, but this music actually is music to study to, I feel like. Right? When you always read these, like, or see these mixes on YouTube, music to study to and whatnot, that was never really my sort of thing. I usually don't really listen to anything when I'm actually studying something, because I feel like that it's, you know, it is a little bit distracting on some level, but somehow this music, I think, would really be perfect for that. Anyways, let me very quickly look at my list here. So I've now actually done the custom deliveries. That means the only thing that's still left for me to do in terms of old stuff that I neglected for a while because I took a little bit of a break, aside from the ultimate, obviously, is that I still have to finish the Akasadara Beast Stripe. But that does mean that I've done the custom deliveries for this week. I have done both the quests, both the Tataru one and the other one. Cool. Ah. Well then, this has been very successful. And it took a bit longer than I thought, but in a good way. Let's take this as the ending scene. This is also really beautiful, right? The fountain. We actually met Papalimos's dad at that very fountain. That's another thing that's so crazy to me, right? There were these like random side quests that you could do in Endwalker that just led you to like Papalimos's dad. Like, what the fuck, right? And the other one with the little child that Moonbreeder cared for. It's so crazy to me what they put in here in terms of details and side quests and whatnot. And at some point during my life, I really have to do like a complete playthrough of everything again.
and just look out for the sort of tiniest details, even in side quests, right? Stuff that either becomes relevant later, or that they very cleverly introduce early on, or whatnot. The only issue is, right, and that's always what kind of scares me about doing a complete playthrough of this game, aside from the time that it would take. But that's sort of the issue, right? So, compared to other games, for example, I could feasibly say, oh, you know, I'm doing another playthrough of The Witcher 3. And while that would take, you know, 150 hours or whatnot, with doing like all the side quests and stuff, that's still a reasonable amount of time, right? That is something that you can do within a month, let's say, right? And, you know, doing it, quote unquote, all at once also means that you can still keep in mind everything that happens, right? So it's sort of this, I mean, a month is obviously not super fast, but it's not really slow either. So you just have this sort of complete picture of the thing, right? You can sort of condense it all together and actually keep everything in mind. But the problem with 14 is, if you would start another playthrough and literally do every quest, which is what I did, right? Aside from one particular, the post-Moogle quests, a couple post-Moogle quests that I still haven't done. I have done every single quest that's available in this game, right? And I've leveled, well, aside from I still have to do a couple of Reaper quests, a couple of Sage quests, so there is still some new stuff available to me, but, you know, for the most part, I've done 99% of the content that's in the game, right? Not necessarily all when it was current, because obviously I, you know, started at the end of Heavensward, but you get the idea. But yeah, if I were to go back and start another new playthrough, then it's like that would take, I don't even know. It's really, really difficult to ascertain how long that would take. Because obviously a bunch of my playtime that I did, or that I spent on in-game is, you know, crafting, raiding, farming stuff, right? So I don't know how much time it would actually take to, quote-unquote, just do all the available quests. But honestly, I mean, my estimation would be somewhere between 500 and 1,000 hours, right? Depending on how you do it. I mean, for example, if I were to stream it, that would obviously also take longer, right? If I were to read every dialogue, that would take longer. So obviously there are a few variables. And it would also depend on, well, how much would you really do, right? Would you, for example, unlock everything at the Gold Saucer, or would you only do the introductory quest? Would you actually go for gathering triple tribe cards, or, you know, a bunch of the other collectibles in game? Would you do, I mean, doing all the quests would involve doing custom deliveries, for example, right? So there would be crafting involved there as well. I mean, you'd have to level the crafters anyway to do all those stories. But yeah, so it's, honestly, it would be difficult to say. But the problem is, or what I wanted to get at here, is that obviously you could theoretically do it. It might take you a year or something, right? Depending on how much you focus on it. But the issue being is, it would take you a couple months to a year to maybe even longer than that. So it wouldn't have the sort of condensed feeling, I think, that playing through any other single-player game would have. Because it's just this huge and insane amount of content you'd have to go through, right? Especially if you do it let's say, in 2 or 3 years, when there are even more expansions and quests to go through, right? Or potentially in 10 years, when there are 4 more expansions to go through. So, in a weird way, it would probably not even feel that different in terms of a playthrough, because, I mean, it would feel different, obviously, in certain ways, but not in the way of having this sort of condensed view at everything, right? I don't know. But that is something that I would like to be doing eventually. Anyways. This has been a ton of fun, though. These quests were really, really near and dear to my heart, and I mean, they always are. There are so many beautiful side quests in this game. Just moments that bring a smile to your face, right? With so many, because honestly, at this point, it feels like there are a couple hundred people. I mean, there are, right? But it's this thing of, in most other games, these would literally just be random NPCs that you meet at some point that just give you quests, and then that'd be it. But the fact that you actually remember, like, not necessarily always their name or how to pronounce them, with like Laniette, whatever her name is, the woman that Amanda Lane likes, right? But even though you might not necessarily immediately recognize who that is or how their name's pronounced or anything, once you actually get there, you realize, oh, of course, that's the woman that Amanda Lane has a crush on, right? And you remember all these sort of interactions that you had with her, both during the main story of Heavensward, but also there were a couple of other instances where she became relevant again during both the 3.x series, but also during other moments, right? And that is so crazy to me that this game at this point has, I don't know, probably close to 200 NPCs, or maybe even more than that you would actually re-recognize, right? Where you would go, oh yeah, that's the guy or girl or whatever person I met at this point or that point, or that's what we did, right? Again, you wouldn't be able to now just recount all of them, obviously, but if you were to meet them again, you would say, oh, of course, that's a person that we met during this quest line, or that quest line, or who did this funny thing, or that thing, right? And that is absolutely mind-blowing to me, that not only the sheer amount of NPCs that you recognize and know what they were connected to at one point or another, but the fact that they also at one point just are a thing again, right? They're not forgotten about. It almost feels like this insanely large family of characters that have been built up. And much more so than in, I mean, obviously there are other, you know, it's a little bit reminiscent maybe of like a Shonen Jump anime, right? I mean, I've never watched One Piece, sadly, but you know, Dragon Ball comes to mind, for example, right? There's also, I'm always reminded of this picture. I think it's in the very last manga of Dragon Ball Z, where there's like this big picture of every sort of main character that you've met throughout the entire series. But that's like, I don't know, 40? Maybe 40 characters? And, well, arguably there might be more if you count the Ginyu Force, for example, but those guys like appear once and then they're not, like they die, and that's it, right? So while they do play a role in the overarching story and you do recognize them and know them, it's a little bit different to what 14 does, right? And again, in that particular case, it's like we're talking about 30, 40 people, something like that. In this case of the game, we're talking about, you know, 200 plus. So that's just absolutely insane to me. Anyways, It was a really, really fun stream. I always love this. As I mentioned though, as much as I would like to return to Divinity Original Sin, tomorrow I think I'll have to do some IRL stuff, sadly. I will return, however, about the same time tomorrow as I stream today with Reclears and hopefully some really, really good P8S prog where we'll actually be able to reach Phase 2. That would be cool. I know that at least one person of our group has actually already cleared that fight. Honestly, I didn't want to bother with it that much anymore. Would I have liked to get a faster clear in week 2 potentially? Yes. Would I have been able to do so? Yes, probably, if I had, put a bunch of time into PF looking for groups, but honestly, I'm not too bothered by it, and yeah, it's still early days. It's still only, we're still in week 2 since the Savage release, so yeah, not that big of a deal. Anyways, that's on the list for tomorrow. It's been absolutely incredible, an absolutely fun stream with a whole bunch to think about, to smile about, and fondly think back on. A whole bunch more memories the game added to its insane arsenal at this point. With that being said, I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are, and hopefully I'll see you back on the next one. Bye bye.